Один, два, три. Шановні перекладачі, добрий день. Чи чуєте ви мене?
Добрий день, чую.
Так,
А
вас
ви мене?
чутно.
Це я зараз в англійський канал говорю.
Так, і поговоріть, будь ласка, в англійський канал.
Мене чутно?
Так,
Один,
чутно.
два, три, чутно.
Дякую.
Чудово, чутно. Дякую.
Доброго дня.
Good morning.
Шановні колеги, доброго ранку.
Dear colleagues, good
Ми
morning.
просимо зайняти
We
ваші
will
місця.
ask you to
Будь ласка,
take
вже
seats.
нас є
Please
учасники
take your
онлайн.
seats. So all our
Е,
participants
Мене звати
online
Рима
are with us.
Куштин,
My
ви
name
всі
is
отримали
Rima
листи від
Kushtin.
мене
You all
протягом
have
останнього
received
тижня.
letters from me in course of
І від
last
імені
week,
проєктів
and on behalf
Interface
of
Green Ukraine
projects
та
Interface
проєктів
Green Ukraine
проєкту
and
You for Climate
project of You
Resilience,
for Climate
я рада
Resilience,
вітати вас на цьому
I'm happy
заході.
to
Дуже
greet you
дякую
at
вам,
this
що
event. Thank
знайшли
you so much
можливість
for joining
приєднатися.
us. Thank you
Нам дуже важлива
for
ваша
being with
участь, і ми
us.
сподіваємося
Your
на
participation
сьогоднішню
is very
дуже
important to
цікаву
us, and
і
we are
дуже
hoping
захопливу
to have a
дискусію,
very
яка переросте в
exciting and
майбутньому
interesting
затверджений
discussion,
національно-видовищний
which
внесок
will
України.
later
І я з радістю
be
передаю
forwarded
слово
towards
панові
legislation.
Олексію для
I would
чергового
like to
представлення
give the
наших
floor to
шановних
Ryabchin Oleksiy to
гостей,
introduce
почесних гостей
our
від міністерства.
well-distinguished guests from ministries.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Oleksiy Ryabchin, and I am the advisor. I'm very happy to greet you at the opened event Shaping the Resilient Future Ukraine Second NDC. I see the familiar faces among you who are participating in the NDC project. So I'm happy to be among the people who are with us. I want to thank our German colleagues who are from climate resilience and thank you for participation. Thanks, dear colleagues who is online. Please join us. You will be provided with interpretation. In your settings, I think you all know how to work with it. You need to press on the globe. In order to start our discussion, right now I would like to invite to the scene, to the stage. Here, I would like to invite Ms. Olga Yukhimchuk, Deputy Minister for European Integration, Ministry of Environmental Protection and Natural Resources. So this is the person who is in charge of climate, international affairs, screening, conference in Rome, and she will be preparing the COPE and then the NDC. And now we will find out how it will be and what we can hear about it. Ms. Olga, the floor is yours. Good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you so much, Oleksiy. Colleagues, greetings to you all at our event. As it was mentioned, this event is organized at the initiative of the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Natural Resources and with the support of our close colleagues from Interface and EU for Climate Resilience. It's wonderful that we are moving forward with the support of our colleagues. This event is crucially important because we will present the second, this scenario of the second NDC, which we plan to achieve in 2035. And on my part, I would like to say that nationally determined contribution, it's not about numbers, but it's about plans, about events, measures that we will have to implement. In the whole government will have to be engaged in order to achieve those goals that we will identify for our second NDC. And also important thing is that we now, as the Deputy Minister for European Integration, I should mention that we are integrating into EU quite actively, and all the plans, all the events, all the goals that we have in front of us, by all means, they will have to carry European integration character and features, because behind our vision in 2035, we will already have to be a part of European Union family. And this is crucially important for us so that those events that we plan to achieve the NDC, they need to be achieved, they need to be synchronized with the activity that will be accomplished, that will be done in the EU. And we know that right now in the hall, we have a lot of people and many have joined us online. We have many different representatives representatives from ministries. This is business representatives. This is the public, NGOs, and it proves one more time that this issue is super comprehensive and complex. It's not exceptionally only the Ministry of Environmental Protection, but this is all the stakeholders that we need to be engaged to achieve the goals that we have in front of us. This is, first of all, these are events that refer to our economy and our energy sector. This is the complex of huge measures, and it's important for us to approach to this correctly all together so that we could achieve our NDC. Also, one of the important elements that I should mention here for us all, it's one of those numbers, one of the goals that we are showing to the international community. This is not only our Ukrainian thing that we have identified for ourselves. This is our goal for the International Paris Agreement, and this is the indicator of Ukraine that we need to show at the international arena. So it's very important for us to seriously approach to this moment and for us to show political signals, correct ones, to the international community on behalf of Ukraine. Truly, we are going through a very difficult time in Ukraine right now, and we are not stopping here. We're just, we continue to be dedicated to our climate goal, our climate agenda, and we will continue to move forward and to fulfill our international commitments. At the same time, we have to remember and we need to take into account in the process of the formation of our national goals, the process of recovery. The process of recovery, which will have to take place with the consideration of the green approach, green transition, so that there would be decarbonization. So we all need to accomplish many tasks, complicated tasks, because I'm sure that none of the countries faces so many challenges as we do. And in course of more than 3 years, we're moving forward confidently, despite the challenges that we face in our country. And I hope that since as our community, as our citizens, we can do this task better than others for the sake of our country. So I want to wish us all to have fruitful discussion. Today we will hear different scenarios and modeling of how this could be accomplished by the Institute of Forecasting. And I hope that this will be a very valuable information for all of us, important basis. And then further, we will form those plans and measures that are needed, and we will identify our final goal. And we will hear how this is done in the sector of business. So this is an inevitable part of this whole process, and I hope that we will all have a fruitful discussion today. So I thank you for joining to this process, and we, as the Ministry of Environmental Protection, we're ready to move forward with all these initiatives and suggestions that you will be voicing out today. Thank you.
Дякую, пані Олю.
Thank you, Ms. Olga.
Хочу запросити до слова
I would
пана
like to
Романа
invite
Андрака,
Mr. Roman
Андрак,
Andarak, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Energy of Ukraine. He will join us online. We don't see you right now. We don't hear you, but organizers are signalizing to us that you are somewhere there.
Організатори.
Organizers.
Пан Роман, тепер ми вас бачимо, але не
Mr. Roman,
чуємо.
we can see you, but we cannot hear you. Greetings. I think we can hear you too. We're happy to see your smile. This is the Deputy Minister of Energy. It means there was no attack last night, no hits. Maybe he even had some sleep last night. Maybe he can tell us about the climate policy and NDC. I can tell you. Greetings to you, dear colleagues. Thank you for the invitation. Unfortunately, I hope, I regret that I cannot be with you in person in order to talk in the circle of the colleagues, but unfortunately, our transformation of energy sector is not quite as just. And when we talk about modeling and our ambitions, first of all, we are talking about our dreams, about our goal. This is what we are striving, we're aiming for in the conditions which we feel practically every day. In course of 3 last days, last 3 nights, last night was cold, we saw about 900 different missiles, drones, and other attacks only on Kyiv. And if we talk about energy sector, only since the pronunciation of the truce, we have identified 1,272 incidents when energy sector, 70 in the gas sector, 10 in the coal sector. Hopefully and luckily, no incidents in the nuclear sector. What are we talking about? That energy and the system and generation continue to be under attack, under destruction, and this cannot not affect our vision, our perspectives and future plans. That's why the identification of these threats, understanding, realization where we are now and where we can be in the nearest future, all these threats of the technogenic character, military and the natural, once they lay down in the basis of our modeling and in the basis of our plans. At the ministry, thanks to partnership, thanks to our partners, little by little, we form capacities, we increase our teams, our opportunities grow an understanding of modeling within the framework of Ukrainian-Danish partnership. In course of 1 year, ministry partners are going through the training, they're going through the modeling trainings with the energy agency support, and of course, modeling, planning, and the change of climate and effect on the energy sector, they lay down in the basis of all this modeling, and they are an inevitable part. Fortunately, this year, we are doing it in a different configuration, a little bit different circumstances. I want to greet Ministry for Environmental Protection. At the moment, we have the law on main basis, fundamentals of climate policy. This is the framework legislation, which has already stipulated the benchmarks. But we have energy strategy for 2000 until 2050, which is unchanging, which remains and identifies the neutrality in the energy sector. And we talk about plan until 2030, and when we talk about implementation of these documents, about the reduction of the emissions and the increase of the renewables, we are not only talking about green energy and the green transformation. We talk about our energy stability, energy resilience, energy independence. And these measures right now, already they are bringing us closer to the climate neutrality, to the climate independence, and our independent Ukrainian energy system. That's why we're working in the team, we're working, as I have mentioned in the beginning, with the colleagues of the like-minded colleagues in order to identify NDC in the conditions that even in the conditions that we have right now. And we do the recovery of the country. We support all governmental programs. We try to promote them further that would ensure the renewal of the modern energy sector, taking into account the needs of economy and consumers in the cheap, affordable, clean energy. We're sure, again, Ministry of Energy and the team that is working in this direction, we know that we can prepare this NDC taking into account our commitments, our interests, for the sake of our common goal and objectives, and for the sake of for the sake of the victory in the energy terror and in the victory against Russian Federation. Mr. Roman, thank you so much for the positive messages, and thank you for these words are for you. Thank you for the we all like the position of Ministry of Energy and Ministry of Economy, which is also actively involved in the development of NDC. And they also give greetings. Unfortunately, we are giving floor to Dr. Philip Behrens, head of the IEK divisions at the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy. If I'm not mistaken, yes. Sorry, they continually change. It's a federal ministry for economic affairs and energy of from Germany. Good morning, Dr. Philippe. I know you have to be in a hurry because you have another speech, but we will pass the floor to you, please.
Great. Thank you very much, Alexei. Good to see you. I hope that you can hear and see me all right.
Yes, hear and see, yes, and you see without a translation, so you understand Ukrainian as far as we get.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much. Dear honorable representatives from the Ukrainian ministries, colleagues and friends, good morning and many greetings from Berlin. It's actually a very great honor for me to deliver some welcoming remarks to this stakeholder event about Ukraine's second NDC, despite the current challenges. I think that your presence here today reflects our shared commitment to advancing climate ambition. I am deeply impressed by Ukraine's determination and dedication to climate protection in face of Russian aggression. We have just heard how difficult and dangerous the current situation is in Ukraine. Despite devastating impacts of Russia's full-scale invasion on Ukraine's economy, society, and environment, Ukraine has made remarkable progress in advancing its climate policy. Let me state clearly, Germany stands ready to support Ukraine's ambition and its ambitious climate agenda. The adoption of the Framework Climate Law in 2022, which sets an ambitious goal of climate neutrality by 2050, demonstrates how Ukraine is committed to its obligations under the Paris Agreement. This law aligns Ukraine's climate policy with the one of the European Union, reinforcing Ukraine's integration aspiration and signaling to global community climate action remains priority even in times of war. Today in 2025, we stand at a crucial moment for climate action. This year marks the deadline for all countries to submit their new NDCs, which create the opportunity to enhance ambition and to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. The new NDCs should contain ambitious economy-wide targets, covering all greenhouse gases, ideally using the global stocktake and especially the global energy goals of tripling renewables, doubling energy efficiency, and transitioning away from fossil fuel. An ambitious NDC, which of course should be well aligned with a long-term low carbon development strategy and the goal of climate neutrality by mid-century, is not only guiding national policies, but it can also serve as a reference for public and private investment decisions. And therefore, it can play a crucial role for mobilizing investments, especially for the green energy sector, and in case of Ukraine, a climate-friendly economic recovery. So the development of Ukraine's new NDC is not only a climate commitment, but also strategic opportunity to align post-war recovery with sustainable development and energy security, as well as the European integration process. By integrating ambitious climate targets into recovery planning, Ukraine aims to rebuild a resilient green economy that reduces reliance on fossil fuels, enhances energy independence, and fosters long-term economic stability. As Germany, we are committed in supporting our partners in developing and implementing ambitious NDCs. We are doing this with numerous bilateral, regional, and global projects and initiatives. For example, at the moment, with the International Climate Initiative, the IKI, we are organizing the Global NDC Conference, which is going to take place in 2 weeks' time in Berlin, where practitioners and policymakers around the world come together to share, lead, and contribute to their country's NDC update and implementation processes. Ukraine is one of our most important priority countries in the IKI. We are implementing a number of successful projects with our Ukrainian partners. And in the context of NDC, I'm very pleased that recently we have been able to commission 2 new projects. One is the IKI Interface project, which is among many other activities supporting the NDC development and implementation, as well as the Ukrainian Climate Office as a center of excellence for climate policy. And secondly, we were able to commission the PAPS project, which is supporting our Ukrainian Ministry of Environment partners to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement and advance national climate policy. With our support, we hope to provide meaningful contribution to the update and implementation of Ukrainian NDC, in line with the long-term strategy and the new climate framework law. This event today is an important step towards a new Ukrainian NDC, which could form the basis for future climate-friendly recovery and economic development. I wish you all good luck for today's discussion, and thank you very much again for inviting me.
Dear Philip, thank you very much. You hear the applause. It means that the appraisal of Ukrainian efforts in being more climate friendly well taken. So thank you very much one more time for your support, and looking forward to see you in Berlin or in Kiev. Thank you very much. And I would like to give a floor to another friend of Ukraine, whom we saw in Kiev recently. Please, I would like you to organize. Можна Яна Дусика, будь ласка? I would like to give a floor to Jan Dusik, and thanks for being with us in Kiev, thanks for supporting us in Brussels. So I guess see you in a couple of weeks, I guess, I don't know, like 10 or 20% of the people from this crowd like will be in Brussels for the screening. So see you very, very soon. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alexei. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you and see you.
Thank you. Excellent. Well, thanks a lot for inviting me to this event. This time I have to be virtual, but indeed, as you said, it was a pleasure to come to Kiev not long ago. And I can see that you are progressing with so many things all the time. So it's really impressive. Thank you for convening this event. I think it is very timely to debate the shape of Ukraine's NDC. At the moment, we in the European Union, we are also busy deliberating our own NDC, and we are planning to submit it to the UN probably in September. Once again, we express our great solidarity with Ukraine in the face of Russia's war of aggression, and we salute Ukraine's resilience in the difficult times. All the more, we commend the genuine and impressive commitment that Ukraine gives to the green transition at the time of war, and I think that Olga highlighted that in her remarks as well. We are very pleased to see that Ukraine has decided to go for the more demanding but also more rewarding development pathway that includes decarbonization and resilience. And if we compare it to Russia, which now de facto scrapped its already meager and dubious climate commitments, we can see the difference in the path and direction. So really, congratulations. I join the others in congratulating Ukraine on the progress over the last months in alignment with the climate acquis. In particular, welcoming the adoption of the Ukraine's climate law in October last year, with its climate neutrality target of 2050. In that context, I would invite Ukraine to revisit all your policies and strategic documents across the sectors based on this landmark objective, and I think it fits nicely with shaping your NDC as well. We also welcomed very much the adoption of the ETS action plan in February this year, and the fact that you have resumed the compulsory monitoring, reporting, and verification of greenhouse gas emissions, of course, with the exception to related to military operations. This is an important step forward, also in the global commitments. I also want to acknowledge the adoption of the action plan for environmental security and climate change adaptation strategy that you adopted in February this year, showing that of course mitigation is very important, but also we need to talk about adaptation and resilience in the broader security context. I would like to recall that Ukraine has committed already in 2022 to phasing out coal-based electricity generation by 2035, and that's an important commitment given the impact of coal burning on the greenhouse gas emissions. And I was encouraged to hear the words of Roman Andarak about the staying the course of the decarbonization of the energy sector. I want to praise that Ukraine is on track to meet and even overachieve its existing emission reduction target for 2030, and great to see that you are working, including through this conference, on the updated NDC, despite of the consequences and the ongoing war. It shows that you don't use the geopolitical context to escape from your international commitments. On the contrary, you are proactively facing them and honoring them. The upcoming NDC is also a critical test for your country's ambition to join the European Union and implement a genuinely green reconstruction. So just to highlight a couple of points which we believe is important in the NDC. Of course, the target needs to be achievable and realistic, taking into account the harsh economic and demographic circumstances that are currently affecting your economy and your society. Also recognizing the carbon sink, which has already been a source of emissions before 2022, and the Russia's large-scale ecocide is weakening your economy even more, of course. On the other hand, the target needs to fully factor in the notion of green reconstruction and to really capture the ambition and the potential that we believe is very significant for Ukraine to thrive in a decarbonized world. And of course, as we are busy with our internal EU discussions about the target for 2040, which the Commission proposes to be 90%, we want to see how your targets will be in line with the EU's targets, and of course the effort which will be made in Ukraine by 2035, by 2040, will be then coupled with the effort across the EU, and altogether this will form the new milestone on the climate neutrality pathway in the European Union, where Ukraine would be one of the member states. In this regard, I would like to highlight the modeling and quantifying the impacts, which is very important for the reconstruction efforts. It is not an easy task, but it is important to do it well. We acknowledge that Ukraine's emissions are likely to go up in the short and possibly medium term due to the reconstruction, but we encourage you to keep this reconstruction effect on emissions as limited as possible. And of course, the impact of the war on the energy system, on industrial installations, on the carbon sinks needs to be integrated as well. The NDC needs to be drafted in consistence with the previous strategic documents. I would highlight here the NECP. It needs to ensure that it's financially sustainable and implementable. And in the context of UNFCCC, I would also encourage you to submit the biennial transparency report to the UNFCCC as soon as possible, as an important measure of progress. In closing, I would highlight that one important element from our perspective is the adoption of a carbon pricing instrument, such as an emission trading system, where we invite you to meet both the mitigation targets and ensure that the green reconstruction using the carbon pricing. This is a critical milestone for the EU accession preparations as well. We remain available for continuation of technical exchanges, providing you with assistance how to prepare for the carbon pricing in Ukraine. And as many of you in the room know, this will be on the agenda of the bilateral phase of the screening process for Chapter 27 in mid-June, which is a landmark moment for Ukraine's EU accession preparations. I very much look forward to continuing our fruitful and friendly cooperation on climate with Ukraine ahead of COP30 and also beyond. And I'm looking forward to see some of you in a couple of weeks in Brussels. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Yeah, Jan, thank you very much for your kind words. We read your signals that were through your speech what Ukraine should do. We read your appraisal, what we already achieved, and we're looking forward hearing from you more in a screening in Brussels. Also, I guess on behalf of the whole of the ministry and those people who read 650 pages of a questionnaire, we would like to thank you for the really tough questions that keeps the ministry entertained. And looking forward for a fruitful discussion further. Thank you very much. І переключайся вже на українську. Пропоную почати без особливого вступного слова.
And without any additional remarks, I'd like to invite for the first panel Alexander and Roman. The floor is yours.
Презентація тих розрахунків, які
the presentation of the calculations that were done. I remember a similar discussion 5 years ago. Those were in a more closed format with interesting and sometimes even emotional discussions. And you have the possibility to present your materials, and I offer the participants online. We have over 100 of them to write the questions in the chat. So, what are the results of your modeling? What are our scenarios? And de facto, your work helps Ukraine to engage 350, 400 billion euros. So it's very important work. So the floor is yours. My name is Roman Podolets, Institute for Economy and Forecasting, and we are engaged in the work of helping the ministry in the development of the second NDC of Ukraine. And together we are going to present the results of this work. Together with my colleague, the work is still in progress, but these results are also important. But before we start presenting the results themselves, first, small introduction. For you to understand what's behind the results, we are going to show what these scenarios were chosen to navigate in the reduction of emissions till 2030 and what's behind those scenarios. And here we need to say that the problem of alignment of program strategic documents is has been known for a long time, and national legislations try to combat it because there's one document developed, and in some time there's another internal document developed in another sector, and program documents relate to each other, it seems, but they can be uncomparable because there's a different basis for drafting those documents. If we look at the EU, this problem was even bigger for the European Commission and EU because throughout different times and among different countries, the legislation should have been aligned. And in our sphere, those are energy efficiency plans, 10-year network development plans. So we started discussing, they started discussing the scenarios and the rounds for the development of such legislation. And when these scenarios are being developed now, there's a strict requirement for the content of those scenarios, starting with the measures and ending with the goals, like scenarios for energy resources prices or ETS prices till the defined year. And when the scenarios submitted by different countries can be compared, are comparable. And this work was done within the regulation. If take into account what we are talking today about, the Commission, according to Regulation 2018/1999, the Commission is empowered to adopt delegated acts in accordance for the purpose of adapting them to amendments to the Union energy and climate policy framework that are directly and specifically related to the Union's contributions under the Paris Agreement. The member states and the union's long-term strategies shall contribute to fulfilling the union's and the member states' commitments under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. And the integrated national energy and climate plans shall be consistent with the long-term strategies. And our climate law adopted last year used the same approach. On the one hand, to develop the nationally determined contribution, and which should be aligned with the it shall take into account the midterm goals of the long-term low-emission development strategy.
Пізніше національний план, який можна так чи інакше трактувати як план імплементації.
Later national plan that could be interpreted as the plan of implementation for the 10-year period on implementation of the long-term energy strategy. National plan has to take into account the directions of development of the state climate policy that are identified by the long-term strategy for the low-carbon development of Ukraine and by the national NDC. And there is NDC, which is identified by the long-term strategy, and there is a national plan for the state climate policy that has to take into account the goals and directions of the long-term policy. And in the framework of the European legislation and Ukrainian legislation, on the level of documents, it's envisaged to align these documents. Where does this alignment need to happen in? This alignment has to needs to happen on the level of measures, analysis. It's on the level of approach to the modeling. As I have mentioned before, in this regulation, there are requirements that are set for the scenarios. And what is the main idea of these scenarios? Scenarios have to be based on measures, on the existing measures. This is not the academia world's vision. It's not the scenario of objectives. It's not the scenario of political statements. This is scenario of measures. For example, if there is a strategy within the framework of policy efficiency, energy efficiency, and it has certain objectives on energy efficiency. This scenario cannot include objectives, measures, but only on the basis of the effect that is assessed on the implementation of the measure. Then only we can put these conditions in the modeled scenario. And the first scenario, this is the one that has to be developed. This is scenario with existing measures. What is existing measures? These are measures that are implemented or adopted, but the financial resource is already mobilized, human resource is already mobilized. If there is energy efficiency policy, but the financial and human resource is enough to implement only a certain part of the potential of the energy efficiency, then only that part that is ensured by the financial, human, administrative, and other resource we can put in the basis of the already existing measures. Very often when documents are being developed, there is a consensus.
до подачі документу
But
ще не
before
існує нормативного
the
документу, який
draft
би
of
фіксував
law is adopted, there is no other
що
legal act that
фіксував
would
ці
exist
заходи.
that would fix
Для
these
таких
measures.
заходів
For
передбачений
these measures, it's
сценарій з
envisaged
додатковими
to
заходами.
have scenario with
Мети
additional
додаткових заходів
measures.
це не
The
просто
scenario
експертна
that takes
думка,
into account
це сценарій,
not only the expert
враховує
opinion,
заплановані
but
заходи,
it takes
що перебувають на
planned
стадії
measures that are at the
обговорення
discussion
і мають реальні
stage
шанси
and
бути
have the real
прийнятими
chance
та
of being
реалізованими
adopted and
якийсь
implemented
певний
after the
період після
document
подання
is
документу. Ну, скажімо, вже є
submitted.
проект документу,
For
є
example, there is already the draft of the
консенсус
document,
серед
and
експертної
there
спільноти, серед
is
органів влади
consensus
щодо
again
там
among
ухвалення якогось
experts, government officials
розпорядження,
about
яке би
adoption of a
змінило
certain resolution that would
регуляторне
change
середовище. І
a
цей сценарій
regulatory
також може
environment.
бути
And this
представлений в
scenario could
документі.
also be presented
Багато
in the
країн
documents.
взагалі
Many countries
не розробляли сценарій з урахуванням додаткових
have not
заходів, але
developed
це
this
два основні
scenario
сценарії,
um,
які
with additional
перше
measures,
були
but these are two
представлені
scenarios
в
that were first
національному плані
introduced
дій
at the
енергетики
National
і клімату,
Action
тому що
Plan
власне
on energy
вищого
and climate,
сценарію
because for this
вони і
scenario
були описані.
they
Але
were
пізніше багато
described.
країн
But later, many
використовували
countries
вже цей підхід
used
або
this
безпосередньо самі ці
approach.
ці сценарії
They
для
used these
інших
scenarios
документів.
for other
Можна
documents
сказати, що
already.
ці сценарії
And I
вже
could say that
отримали,
these
не
are
можна казати, що це
scenarios.
сценарії плану дій з
I cannot
енергетики і
say that
клімату. Це
these are
сценарії,
scenarios of
які
national action
мають
plan,
своє життя і
but
навіть
these
мають
are
свою
scenarios that
процедуру
have their life and their
звітності в
procedure
рамках
of
Європейської комісії.
accountability,
Тому
reporting
відкрию,
within the
напевно,
European
таку
Commission.
невелику,
So I will
це не
open
таємниця,
a
але можливо
small,
буде нова інформація для
maybe not a
когось,
small, but this will be
ці
new
сценарії,
information for you
які
that scenarios
сценарії з урахуванням
scenarios
наявних заходів
taking into
і сценарії з
account
урахуванням
the
додаткових
already
заходів,
existing
які
measures and
представлені
additional
в
measures that
національних
are
планах дій
introduced at the
європейських
national
країн,
action
це можуть бути
plans of the
не
European
останній
countries.
варіант цих планів.
These might not,
Тому що
this could be not even
національний
the
план дій
last
з енергетики і
documents
клімату подається раз
because
на 5 років,
the national
а звітність по тим
plan
сценаріям
is
робиться щороку
being
або раз на 2
submitted
роки.
once per
Тому
5
останній
years, but
прогноз до
reporting is
сценарій це те,
given
що подає країна
every 2
офіційно
years.
в рамках
It means that the country
обов'язкової звітності
officially
перед
within the
Європейською
framework of reporting
комісією,
before the European Commission
безпосередньо
directly
відповідальною за цю
is
роботу є
responsible for this
Європейське
work is the European
екологічне агентство.
Environmental
В рамках
Agency. Within the
нашої
framework of
роботи
our work,
ще при розробці оновленого
with the
національного визначеного внеску був
with the
сформований
development of
модельний
the
комплекс.
new model
Він
complex
формується
was developed and
з декількох моделей або з
it has a
деяких
couple of
модельних
models, a
інструментів.
couple of model
Перше, це
instruments and
наша
tools.
модель
First,
називається
this is
«Темп Україна»,
our
яка
model
була
called
розроблена в
Times
нашому інституті,
Ukraine model, which
оновлюється і
was
використовується.
developed at our
Окремо
institute.
для
It's renewed
аналізу
and it's
протезування
used
викидів в різних
separately for
секторах
the
підходи, в
waste
секторах
sector.
господарства.
For the agricultural sector, we have
інструменти, розроблені нашими
tools
колегами,
developed by
останнім
our
часом
colleagues,
для
and
візуалізації
recently for
аналізу
the
даних ми
visualization of the
використовуємо
database,
платформу онлайн.
we use
Сьогодні
the
Роман Дорак розповідав про навчання
online forms
колег
today,
співробітників Міністерства
Veda
моделювання.
Online
І якраз вони
for the
мають доступ
visualization,
до баз
and they have
даних з
access to the
результатами
databases with the results
сценаріїв,
and
які
outcomes of
розроблялися для
research by
національного плану дій
scenarios
з
that were
енергетики і
developed
клімату,
for
щодо
the
довгострокової
national
стратегії
plan and
промислового
for the
розвитку.
long term
І вони до
of the
останніх деталей
carbon
можуть
development,
бачити
and up to the smallest details they can see the results,
починаючи від
starting with
економічних
economic
припущень і
assumptions and ending
енергоспоживанням
with
в
energy
конкретній
consumption
галузі.
in the specific
І
sector.
це підхід, який
And this is the
був реалізований
approach which
починаючи
was
з
implemented
розробки національного
starting
плану
with
дій з
the
енергетики і
development of the
клімату, коли ми
national
абсолютно
plan of
відкрито
energy and
показуємо
climate, where we
результати наших
openly
розрахунків,
show the
будь-хто може
results of our
подивитися,
calculations. Anyone can
що
see
за цим стоїть.
what stands
Е,
behind this.
Але,
But
власне,
actually,
при розробці національного плану дій,
as we develop the
яку
national action
пропонувала
plan, which
Діксі
was
і
coordinated
нашим
by
спільно з нашим інститутом,
Dixie together with our
було
institute,
запрошено
we have
експерти.
invited
Спільно з
experts.
цими експертами
Together
було
with the
розроблено
experts,
змістовне
we have
наповнення цих
developed
сценаріїв.
the good content
Сценарій
of
РЕМ і
these
сценарій РАМ.
scenarios.
Було
scenario WAM and scenario WAM. The huge work was being done, and especially on specific areas, they have collected and systematized certain different measures. WAM has 70 scripts, WAM has 75 additional measures on different kinds of energy and climate components. And in general, scenario WAM can be based, it's 145 different measures. Not every measure could be assessed by quantity and quality, assess the effect. For example, how can we assess the effect on stimulation of the greenhouse gas emissions or the infrastructure of consumption? Partly it's possible to assess, and by these measures we have assessed the scenario. What's important to state here, by certain measures, they are included in both of scenarios. Certain measures are included only in scenario with the already existing measures, but with the inclusion into both the scenarios, the indicator might be different. For example, environmental tax. It might exist, so we can include it in the scenario with existing measures, but on the particular level. And for the scenario with additional measures, with Ministry for Environmental Protection, we have discussed the trajectory of growth for the rate of tax for the carbon emissions. Besides that, besides these measures are presented in the particular revision. It's the national by the national plan, and also the main assumptions are the macroeconomic forecast and the demographic forecast. And in order not to tell you more in details, I can say that, as usual, by the macroeconomic forecasts, we are oriented to the forecasts developed by Ministry of Economy, developed for 5 years within the framework of budgetary process. The process of economic development is being forecasted. If forecast is being developed in the winter, then we orient on inflation reports of national banks, where the forecast of GDP is given for long term, sometimes on long sectors. And we also look at the OECD real GDP long-term forecast. For the demographic forecast, we always work with our colleagues from Institute of Demography and Social Research of National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. In the conditions of war, we take into account the external migration, the statistical data of UN. And it's important also to say that right now we don't have the opportunity to take into account the victims of war, the internal migration processes, but by the forecasts we see positive saldo of the external migration after the end of the military actions. And besides macroeconomic and demographic forecasts, there are certain assumptions by which it's very difficult to reach agreement. And maybe here we could even not mention, but for modeling, we need by quantity to identify the goal, the parameter. Formally or informally, these assumptions were aligned. For example, the renovation of sovereignty of Ukraine until 2030. So we understand that situation with Zaporizhzhia power plant, nuclear power plant. Zaporizhzhia NPP will return to the control of Ukraine. The process of its reintegration integration into unified power system of Ukraine will be carried out gradually starting from 2028. Decommissioning of operating nuclear plant, biomethane production of at least 1 billion. So all these issues, they provide additional ambiguity to our forecasts, and we will return to this ambiguity at the end of our presentation. Now I would like to give the floor to my colleague. He will share about the outcomes. Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation. Institute of Economics and Forecasting. This is just the beginning, just the discussion, and as a result of modeling, as Ms. Deputy Minister mentioned, we'll have more consultations, but it's important to agree on terms, on definitions and approaches in order to understand the methodology of the model. The more you understand the model, the more you will understand the results. So quickly, I would like to go through these results. On this slide, you can see the greenhouse gas emissions since 1990, the basic year to which we compare our climate goals, just like in EU, the NDC, for example. We took part with colleague in 2015 in the discussion of this NDC, and then the renewed version of NDC. And now we have a certain already experience. Let's recall the Kyoto Protocol, which was ratified before Paris Agreement, and the goals were discussed about climate goals of Ukraine. I will not talk about reduction of greenhouse gas emissions because at the moment the number of emissions of Ukraine were much lower than the goal was set. And the renewed NDC, which was adopted in 2021, but on the basis of statistical data of 2019, the process of development started in 2018, and there was an active discussion even during COVID, especially in 2021. You see, it already approached to how we have mentioned to the realistic, and it looked more attainable. Unfortunately, the biggest reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, you see, until 2000 in 1990s, thanks to collapse of the steel industry, and then there was the stage of COVID. Excuse me, not COVID. There was a financial crisis in 2009, and then there was the small war of Russia against Ukraine in 2014. There was the fall, occupation, enterprises stopped, etc. And the huge leap now during this full-scale invasion, not thanks to climate measures of energy efficiency, but due to destruction and due to the deaths, mortality of so many people, but also enterprises have been damaged and destroyed. However, we have mentioned about this before, Ukraine understanding this situation forms certain climate and energy economic measures and strategies and plans, and it develops the range of policies and measures that it implements even during the war. And we tried with this with this modeling way, we tried to model, and nobody can do the magic layer. Nobody knows what will be in 10 years. No, this is just the modeling assessment, comprehensive assessment, which allows us to see what those measures and policies that now are developed by the government and are introduced. Even in 2024, there was the number 4 gigawatt, it is achieved. But if we add it to the new generation of solar and wind, the cost of technologies is decreasing, and it turns into the trend among population to build and install the solar stations. It's not about only business also, but it's about climate neutrality, energy or economy, but it also has to ensure its needs. So we had taken into account the renewal of the economy with the development of the National Plan of Energy and Climate. Colleagues mentioned this plan already, and the list of measures, it is available. So this NDC is based on this national plan, which was based upon 2030, and the first NDC until 2035. The process of recovery, if it doesn't take into account our climate goals, then the emissions returning to the territories, all these emissions will keep growing.
But in EU integration and according to our internal ambitions, actually, when we are talking about build back better, build back cleaner, etc., the emissions should decrease, and they will be decreased until some point, and a little later we will show the consequences of this according to the sectors. If we are looking at the energy and industrial processes sector, at the slide with the models, you saw these sectors. Talking about the terms here, the energy sector, according to the international panel, intergovernmental panel on climate change, it's everything about transportation, usage, production and processing. Those are energy, power plants, cars, vehicles, transporting passengers, agricultural equipment, burning diesel in the field. Everything is included in the energy sector, combustion of energy sources, where, of course, there are some losses and expenditures, like in chemical sector. For you, just to understand that it's not only electricity energy sector, it's the whole energy sector. Even when we are putting a kettle on the gas cooker, there's some combustion of energy. And so when we take what Roman mentioned, the assumptions made within the National Action Plan, and there's also at the same time the long-term low-emission development strategy, according to the new climate law. And if we take into account what's going on right now, we can see the quicker production of energy as part of the energy safety. And we talked about the coal production of energy till 2035 in the reconstruction. And when we are talking about the building codes developed now, and the Fund of Energy Efficiency. There are a lot of actions and measures being discussed right now. And when we are talking about the transport sector, Alexei Rabchin, as a People's Deputy Member of Parliament, he knows the easier procedure of importing vehicles into Ukraine. From 2023, the ratio of important cars, the new cars and second-hand cars imported into Ukraine, passenger cars, electro cars are about non-combustion vehicles amount to almost 50%. So this process is very active right now. Or when we are talking about other examples, I mentioned solar energy. We have some support from the government. So there are good examples like this. And a green tariff is also working in some parts. Partially we have big debts, but still. So there are these measures which are working right now and which are going to work. And of course, bioethanol mixed into the petroleum, so it will reduce the emissions. So according to our estimates from 1990, when we were developing this modeling, we didn't receive a lot of secret confidential data. We used only the information from open sources, and we would like Ukrenergo to evaluate our results in our further discussion, because we used to synchronize with their data till 2024. And the evaluation is needed here to evaluate our results. But of course, if coal will be still present in energy generation, the emissions are going to grow. But if we are using renewable energy sources, our goal for 2030, of course, greenhouse gas emissions can be reduced. In the agricultural sector, unfortunately, I can't give detailed comments because other experts worked on it, but I can explain this little difference, 1% throughout 10 years. We will ask the experts when we are going to have sectoral discussions, but main greenhouse gas emissions in agriculture, like the usage of diesel, are not taken into account because it's the energy sector. We are talking about digestion of animals, soil treatment, and past management. And once again, we are talking about bypass products, IT technologies, and so on. The sector of LULUCF, 5 strange words. It means land use, changes in land use, and forestry. In the forestry, what we discussed earlier, those are the processes as a result of which there are greenhouse gas emissions, but at the moment, what absorb the greenhouse gas emissions. Those are plants, forests, and gardens, orchards, and we can see some negative emissions. But there's the sector of land use, which adds a lot. We are talking about fertilizers here, and we can see different things here. For example, like when organic fertilizers used to be earlier, nowadays synthetic fertilizers are being used. This added to the negative absorption in 2015. And the waste sector, a great problem we have here when we are solving environmental issues. We can solve a number of long-existent problems like landfills and dump sites, which we do not know what to do with. And there are a lot of measures to be in place to reduce gas emissions in this sector. Maybe the price of CO2, of the value of CO2 is not so high in Ukraine right now, or of it's not, or of recycling, it wasn't implemented so extensively. Almost nothing was implemented in this sector, as you can see by the curve. But if we take these measures and if we take no measures, the stability will continue, unfortunately, taking into account the war consequences. But if we take all those measures, the reduction will take place. As for the investments, very shortly, more than 80% of all the emissions is the energy sector and industrial processes. And according to the structure of investment, this is the biggest sector. The WEM scenario
по структурі хочеться розповісти,
WEM investment need is 30 billion euro and WEM is 60 billion euro. According to the context, the content, the scenarios are almost finalized, meaning they include the measures we developed during the development of NDC, so we can or cannot model this or that measure. But when we are talking about the external conditions, those can vary. And we analyzed what can happen if one of the important assumptions taken into account of the national action plan development was taken into account. What if Zaporizhzhia power plant won't be reintegrated? Because a year ago it was assumed that till 2028 the units of these power stations are going to be reintegrated into the energy network. But if this doesn't happen, what can be the reaction of the energy system and the consequences for the emissions? We can import electricity. We can't limit the demand for electricity. So what do we use to, what are we going to use instead of this electricity, which was going to be used, produced by the Zaporizhzhia power plant? If we use gas and coal, the emissions will grow. So, according to taking into account this assumption about the reintegration or no reintegration of Zaporizhia power plant and commissioning of new power units till 2035, you can see the results on this diagram, the difference of 2%. And the conclusions, the development of NDC2 scenarios is based on the results of work within the development of National Action Plan in Energy and Climate, and we need a large number of experts to be engaged in the development of the long-term low-emission development strategy of Ukraine, which is at a level of a draft right now. This created the basis for the results which we showed today. And if we said today that this alignment by our legislation and international legislation is needed, we can say that de facto the alignment exists. We need just the alignment at the level of documents. There is a great statistical uncertainty, statistical data uncertainty, because of the uncertainty in the time when the hostilities are going to end, and the after-war recovery. As I showed, this uncertainty can add 3 percentage points to the scenario assumptions. And within the project of GIZ Green Ukraine, the work of modeling is in progress, and there will be sectoral discussions on the measures and plans. And if there are any questions, we will try to answer them. Applause, well-deserved applause for the great work you've done. As far as I've heard, this work was different from what you did before. Let's look at the participants who want to ask questions. Please name yourself, introduce yourself. Thank you very much for the presentation. Mykola Shlapak, Green Transition Office, Dixie Group. A question about the general vision. Maybe it's also a question to the Ministry of Environment, but maybe you will comment on it. There are 2 scenarios, and in the final result, is it going to transform into conditional and fractional NDC, as it was called earlier, or is it going to be one vision? I started today's presentation from the difference between the internal goals and NDC. Those goals can align or they can be different. NDC is our international commitment, and it's being adopted at the political level. It shouldn't be, in any case, in strict alignment with the modeling results, because it's being implemented within analytical discussion, interpretation, and discussion with stakeholders. At the political level, those discussions are going to last, and the final decision will be that of the ministries. But we are just preparing this base for this political decision.
Є запитання міністерства, я так розумію.
Another question.
Які можуть коментувати політично, вирішувати,
No representatives from the ministries who are going to submit high-ranking officials who can comment on this. The cabinet of ministers will decide this on the highest political level of the highest governmental level. I remember as it was discussed last year. Nowadays, we don't have those problems anymore. And I have a number of questions. I'm Alexander Tarasenko. Have you taken into account the possibility of building a Kanyev hydropower station and building, finishing the construction of Dniester power station? And some other energy-related questions. I will try to answer them. The main National Action Plan is a big document, including 360 pages in great detail, but in the modeling results, we provided the possibility for choosing the model. And of course, the demand for electricity is going to grow, especially during the reconstruction and reintegration. And Zaporizhzhia power plant is of great importance here. In our results till 2035, there will be no construction of new nuclear power units if the construction and commissioning. Commissioning, thank you for this, because the construction can start, but the important thing is construction, is the commissioning here. Because the construction can start. And if we reintegrate Zaporizhzhia power plant, 6 gigawatts is a big amount.
Speaking about coal generation, we don't have the specific vision. This is the example why the coal generation is included into WAM, not WAM, into the additional measures, because there's a political will, there are statements, and but a real plan how this should happen, there's no such plan yet. So we took this into account. So what will the coal power plants, already existing one, what will they be turned into? I hope into the new generation, clean generation, but it's not clear yet. But the substitution of their capacities of the gas generations plus maybe renewable energy sources, yes, we are taking into look on biofuel. I think there is a development in the heating generation, the boiling houses, and in the biomethane for the consumption or export, as we are envisaging it. I would ask the question: Would you build? Would you build? That's the difficulty with the modeling, because they can look at any scenario. But speaking about the coal mines, I don't know how well you communicated with business, how they exploit them, to hear the feedback, because I understand that all Ukrainian companies in the context of decarbonization, CBAM, and international assistance, they all actively include green finance for their businesses, and every year, so they're under recovery conference, they receive new opportunities, and that's why we need to renew, not only taking into account the plans created by ministries, but also we need to interview businesses, because they can provide you more information, businesses, and then on just transition, and then you can develop by the results of this discussion. Yes, another business wants to ask you the question. Olovchuk Oleg Ministry of Environmental Protection. Question on the methane emissions. With when you did modeling, have you taken into account the CO2 equivalent? If so, how did you did it? Did you model these things, or you just did some assumptions by sector, coal, oil, agricultural sector? Yes, of course, we took into account. When we looked at the model Trans-Ukraine, it covers all energy flows with methane emissions as well, because they're done as a result of energy activity. This is extraction of gas and oil, the preparation, transportation, and then the distribution, and the coal, the mine methane as well. Yes, in CO2 equivalent, yes, we take into account. The data is presented in the sums. Moreover, we even have the postgraduate student who is studying GNP and new neomethane. It's another deal that Ukraine has joined in 2021 on reduction of emissions of methane. Yes, we take into account these indicators, of course. I wanted to mention two words. In general, the calculation of emissions on energy sector and on the usage of production in the model is implemented close to the approach which is indicated in the canister. Maybe we lack time where it is needed to renew the coefficients, to the rates. We need to detailize them according to the latest canister. But the approach is very, very close. I see more questions, 1, 2, 3, but in order to encourage our colleagues in the chat to ask questions, let's take one question from the chat. Let's take two. One from our common friend with good sense of humor, Stanislav Zinchenko, is asking, I don't know why it's in Russian, but I'll try. I hope all scenarios are leading to the full industrialization of Ukraine with zero emissions in general. This is the comment or the question. Maybe you would like to answer it. And the question is from Irina Pirahova from Department of some kind of department. I don't see it. A question: how will be taken into account the necessary decrease of CO in course of in issuing the integrated permissions for emissions for already existing old industries? And will the restrictions be given? I want to respect all the participants online, so we have to ask the question. Okay, the first question, Stanislav Zinchenko. He is mistaken. No, our scenarios are not leading to what he has mentioned. No, they only promote the development, economical and industrial as well. Speaking about the second one, I didn't understand. Maybe it's a CO2. It says CO. CO is different. It's not. It's different than CO2. Maybe they meant CO2 because these things are interconnected. It's very difficult to assess. You have seen that this is maybe closer to the system. Maybe it is very close to ETS system, emission trading system. On the other hand, we're talking about tax on CO2 for CO2. So expert political decision has to be made about how the effect will have to be expressed in the system of trading system since 2027, 2028 until 2030, and what will be the price for the carbon CO2 in Ukraine. And in this way, but it will have the serious effect, especially taking into account European integration. Yeah, this is the department
From
Zaporizhia of the environmental protection. Ms. Olga, the question is yours. Please voice your question. Кривий Ріг. Very good presentation. Thank you so much, because we're not going through this process for the first time. And the question is about organization of the process. Maybe Ministry of Environmental Protection wants to comment this. But taking into account the previous meetings for the previous NDC, we went through a lot of operations and how modeling should look like, how the decision has to be made. And you met personally with ministry, with practically all representatives of industry, especially of the biggest, largest companies. We would like to know if you plan to continue this experience, if these meetings are planned, profile sectoral, to talk about assumptions, how will we move forward in order to earlier or later ministry could make the right political decision. Ministry, please. Ministry, please. Can you introduce yourself? Acting head of the Department of Climate Policy. Yes, at the beginning of this event, it was mentioned that we will do sectoral discussions. Today, we're collecting all the comments on modeling. We will analyze them, and then further actions will be planned accordingly with the sectoral discussions. We have one question at the end and one question from the Green Office, and then we're finishing this round, and we will finish with the coffee break. The discussion is, even though this discussion is much more important than coffee. Thank you so much for this discussion. Speaking about the calculation, I wanted to clarify. Thank you so much that separately you have talked about factors as Zaporizhska power plant. Yes, it will affect the summaries, the landscape, and probably chances are not huge. We shouldn't be over optimistic. So in this situation, we have to enter realistic scenarios on how our economy will be developing. And therefore, the question is more about the stage of recovery. The stage of recovery, we understand we have to rebuild a lot of lodging. This is the metal. These are carbon-intensive materials that we'll be using for the construction. So how can we move? We can take the engagement, and then we can do it through import from the Turkey. All these materials will be brought here. We all understand the effect on our defensive system. So if we look at the need of Ukraine in these materials, and then were there any assumptions on localization? Will some of these materials be produced by internal producers and which will be imported? This is first question. Second one is about approach in general. We understand that decarbonization is not only the increase of social commitments that we have taken commitments to do push-ups 100 times from the floor. No, it's the issue of money. If we want to increase this process, or we want to achieve a certain additional results, this is the issue of the funding. In your work, will there be identified the volume of investments for us to get to this contribution? Your question supports the necessity for sectoral discussions that we were asked earlier, just a minute ago. Yes, in these sectoral discussions, we envisaged that we will present on industry and metallurgy. We will talk about the models, what assumptions were made, and maybe we will receive the outcomes and
По-перше,
maybe
на наші припущення,
answers,
і по-друге,
maybe
наприклад,
first of all,
щодо
for our
успіхів
assumptions, and
та
secondly,
можливостей бачення
about our
бізнесу
possibilities to see business in decarbonization, in the implementation of these measures with the energy efficiency on green recovery, how big business sees it. Briefly on metallurgy, from what I can remember, I can just say that we envisaged, again, these are assumptions which were aligned about a year and a half ago when National Plan on Energy and Climate was adopted. These assumptions have not changed. New factories are not renewed, but the already existing plants are working to the fullest capacity and gradually implementing the measures on decarbonization. This is very rough, just to show you at what level the assumptions were made, but assumptions, what I've mentioned, what I've recalled now, the assumptions are much deeper. They are more disaggregated on cement, on production of different industrial production, and we can look again at and we can verify both assumptions and receive the response of business to these results. From the standpoint of institutional memory of the previous NDC and the process, now the process has launched, the process of negotiations has launched, and we need to introduce lessons learned. And I remember when the previous NDC was adopted, we started introducing it to the agricultural sector. They were even more powerful in criticism than in the industrial sector. So, of course, I would advise to the ministry and to the authors of the research to include into round of discussions the business and give them opportunity to express their thought because they need it for the good quality of discussions. Both I see representatives of business and ministries, they nod their heads. It means our discussion is not in vain. Now I want to suggest one more time. Investment on the slide. This was for the interpreters. Last question, and then we will have coffee break. Okay, we'll take two questions right away. Akitur Andrei, Dixit Group, thank you so much for the presentation. The next panel will be about business and for businesses. So I think for them, I already do the introduction. Now, are you going to be the moderator? Yes. For all the indicators that we can use from the standpoint of forecast, cap and price will be most interesting for business because it will help them to make the decision or not to make the decision. The question is, what forecast on CO2 would you suggest? We all understand that we have the huge level of ambiguity, but having all the information, this is the best option that we have right now, this information. So what is the forecast? I'm giving you the question for the last question. Wait. One more question. Victoria Karpets, European Business Association. Very short question. Thank you for the presentation and developments. I would like to ask, have you taken into account the experience of other countries when you did modeling? Did you look at their NDCs, taking into account that Ukraine has a war? Our goals are quite ambitious comparing to the countries that live in peace. Have you compared these indicators? Thank you so much. I don't remember what was the page. Yes, let's open National Plan on Energy and Climate. I think, yes, 35th year, it's not identified yet, but there is the graph. 40th, it was already there. So we're entering to the 2040, the level of EU ETS. This was assumption which was aligned by political experts with ministries. This is not the result of modeling. the price and its effect. Taking into account, answering the question about other countries, this was one of the business association's arguments with the renewed NDC. It did not get confirmed. Ukraine did not take the most ambitious goals comparing to EU countries. Our goals are less ambitious comparing even to Moldova. The question is not 35% comparing to the 1990, but we look at the indicators comparing to nowadays. And if you need to go through in 1 minute, you have to run for 10 meters. Others need to do 100 meters in 10 seconds. Then who needs to be trained more? Who needs to be more ambitious? And results are put with maximum best possible assumptions with the recovery of economy, with the returning of the territory of Ukraine. Within the borders of 1991, if we talk about the goal for 2035. Okay, 30 seconds for the second question. What was the first part of presentation dedicated to? We do not indicate the ambitious level of NDC during modeling. We don't put as experts what should be the ambitious level of this model. We model measures. If there is a measure, we put it into the research. If there is the state, if there is no measure, we don't model it. So we don't make assumption which would be by this or the other measure. And let's recall what Deputy Director of DG Klima said, that EU that we are entering into, they're discussing 90% 2040, by 2040. So if you take into account this experience or not, what experience you can encounter, that's a debatable issue. I would like to finish this panel discussion with the rounds of applause, ovations. Thank you so much for your work, and probably on behalf of organizers, 10 minutes for coffee break. We're launching at 12:00, and I'm giving the floor to Andrei Tetyurakin, who has already told us that he will be moderating the next session.
Шановні колеги, запрошуємо вас в зал.
Dear
Нас чекає
colleagues,
декілька
you are welcomed to
дуже цікавих
the
обговорень.
conference room. There are some very interesting discussions ahead of us.
Сподіваюсь, наші глядачі зараз теж
Hopefully,
нас бачать.
our audience can
перед
see
тим, як
us right now.
розпочати
And
саму
before we
панель,
start our
ми би
panel,
хотіли зробити
we'd
маленьке
like
опитування.
to
Колеги мої
conduct
підказали,
a
що в чаті
little
лінк на
quiz,
опитування
a
вже
little
є.
questionnaire. My
А
colleagues
зараз Іван
say
виведе на
there's a
екран.
link for the questionnaire in the chat, and now you will see it on the screen.
Буквально декілька хвилинку.
Just a moment.
Так, ось, будь ласка.
So here it is.
Користайтесь QR-кодом.
Please use the
Просимо вас
QR
пройти
code.
коротке опитування.
We ask you to answer
Я насправді не
this
знаю,
a
які
little
запитання
questionnaire.
самому
I
цікаво.
don't know what questions there are there. It's interesting for me myself.
Також хочу підтвердити, в глядачів в чаті є лінк,
I'd
правильно?
also
Так,
like
так.
to confirm whether there's this link in the chat. Yeah, it is. So everything is okay.
Поки глядачі та гості в залі проходять
While the
опитування,
audience
я би хотів запросити
is
спікерів
answering the
наступної
questions,
панелі.
I'd like
Наступна
to
панель присвячена бізнесу.
welcome the speakers of the
Ролі
next
бізнесу у
panel.
виконавчому
It's
ЗВ,
dedicated
поглядам
to the
бізнесу,
business
можливо,
within
критиці,
NDC,
конструктивна критика
comments,
завжди
constructive
корисна, і мені здається,
criticism,
дуже
because
цінно
it's
те,
always
що
useful and I
сказав
think very
декілька
precious.
разів і
As
Роман, і
was
Олександр,
a
що
couple of
дуже
times
відкриті
mentioned
до
before,
обговорення. Нас очікує
Roman and
серія
Alexander are
цікавих
very
дискусій
open
про
to
НБВ.
discussions,
Дуже сподіваюся,
and there's there are sectoral discussions ahead of us, and I hope this approach will let us get the result we are hoping for. Hope everyone answered the questions. I'd like to invite Pavlo Žila, the Federation of Employers of Ukraine, Olga Semkiv, ArcelorMittal Kryvyi Rih, Yulia Gelazhes, UN Global Compact Ukraine, Victoria Karpets, European Business Association, and online Violena Silvestro von Kameke, EIB.
Скажіть, будь ласка, Віолета є?
Violen,
Hi, Violeta.
can you hear us?
Can you see us?
Yes, good morning, and thank you very much for inviting the European Investment Bank. We are happy to be online and joining you. Thank you.
Чудово. Ще раз представлюся. Мене звати Кітура Андрій. Я є керівником офісу зеленого
My name is
переходу
Andrei
Міністерства
Kitura. I'm
фінансів
head
та
of the
директор
Green
програми
Transition
Dixie
Office
Group. Мені випала честь
and
модерувати
director of the Dixie
панель,
Group
яка
Development.
присвячена
I will
бізнесу
be the
та
moderator
розвитку
of this
І,
panel
перше
entitled Business
запитання, яке
Strategies for
хотів
Decarbonization.
з'ясувати,
And the
Павло,
first
ви
question
як
is
представник
to
найбільшої чи, можливо,
Mr. Žila.
найвідомішої
Pavlo
асоціації
Žila, you are the
бізнесу.
representative of
Наскільки пам'ятаю,
probably the biggest
асоціація входить в декілька
federation
тисяч
of employers in
учасників.
Ukraine,
І,
numbering a couple of
навіть в
thousand
період
active
війни,
participants,
знаєте,
and even
європейська
under
країна
war
зараз
conditions, the GDP of
працює
Ukraine
активніше, ніж був до.
has
Історично українська держава
dramatically
складала менше
changed
50%,
as compared to what
звідти
used to be
30-40, зараз, мабуть, уже
in different times.
50.
Those
Але тим не менше, приватний
were
бізнес
30,
загалом
45,
є
50,
фактором, без якого досягнення будь-яких цілей
and
світу
maybe
прогресу, в
sometimes
принципі,
even
неможливий.
more
Тому
share of
хотів
private
дізнатися
business,
вашу
and this is the
оцінку,
factor
чи, можливо, концентрований фідбек
without
стосовно
which decarbonization is
НБВ
impossible.
на
And we would like to
цей
hear
тренд, куди ми
your
рухаємось,
comments
і,
on
можливо,
the
що
influence of
очікуєте на
businesses
період
on
цього
NDC,
формату.
on the trend we are moving in, and maybe our challenges. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the organizers of this event. Thank you for the possibility to participate in the discussion of NDC. But the most interesting, I'd start with some criticism. all of us remember what happened in 2021 when it was a big surprise for everyone, for businesses and for others. Maybe some lobby discussions. There were some lobby discussions, but to put it simpler, the 65% of a reduction was adopted as a political decision. We would like to believe that the picture will be different this time, and the de facto results of our discussions will lead to the all sides evaluation, comprehensive evaluation, and this won't be an entirely political decision. It will be a well-reasoned decision. Actually, when we looked at the previous panel research, we saw two dramatic phases of emission reduction, CO2 emission reduction. The first one happened during the end of the 1990s. It was, of course, related to the, it was independent of the wishes and efforts. It was just the deindustrialization and the reduction in production, which happened in the late 1990s. And the second phase of, I'd say, forced decarbonization happened in 2014, at the end of it, when the war started. Of course, 2022 to 2024, connected to the Russian aggression and the war. And at that phase, the decrease in production was almost 40% of that existent at the beginning of the war. Of course, it was connected to a number of problems, aggression, logistic questions, human resources questions. And of course, our position, I'm not afraid to speak on behalf of the business. The adoption of any decisions during the war and during the complete uncertainty are it's not the time to adopt any such decisions. If there was a possibility and we need to seek this possibility to wait until the end of the war to understand the format of the country, and afterwards talk about any ambitions, goals, and any future, because of course there's forecasts, there are some, of course, calculations, thanks to the authors of these calculations presented during the previous panel. But what we don't have is the certainty and understanding what's waiting for us tomorrow. Talking about ambitions in our situation, well, it's possible, but it's difficult and premature. And we understand the great territorial losses. We know the losses related to, let's take, for example, Mariupol, with two powerful enterprises, one of the main. Whether they will be restored, it's a rhetorical question. And of course, first of all, businesses understand, but the decisions are premature, to put it shortly. Thank you. Questions to every speaker, And then we'll take a couple of questions from the audience online. I also have a simple and at the same time a difficult question from the moderator, but now I'd like to give the floor to Olga, Ms. Olga Semkiv. There was a question mentioned previously today. Metallurgy played a greatest role in the industry before the war, but now the capacities are ruined, logistics and infrastructure are damaged, and but the sector is still one of the tax donors for us, donors in logistics and engagement of investments. It's not a secret for anyone because the market is not favorable for business right now, and there are a lot of additional requirements which are often difficult. And what's the vision of ArcelorMittal and on NDC and ETS creation and decarbonization? Please share your opinion. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Andrei asked this question yesterday, sent this question, and I was both happy and surprised because there was a big introduction that decarbonizing is almost impossible. And then the question, how are you going to do it? And probably the part of the answer is already in the answer. In the question, a part of answer is already in the question. It's impossible, but as part of a large corporation, as a part of the country, we have plans because Ukraine defined its goal, and as part of the country, we are going towards this goal. So that's why ArcelorMittal Kryvyi Rih is one of the enterprises which can be followed back to 1990, the basic year for our climate story. And I've had an interesting question from the local authority. Recently, they asked us to tell where we are as compared to 1990, and we realized that we have gone far from that level. As of 2022, there was a reduction of over 50% of emissions as compared to 1990. Maybe, of course, methodology is a little bit different. We don't probably have the distinct methodological tools to estimate as compared to 1990, but the trend is understandable, minus 54% at the beginning of the war. During the war, the enterprise, in accordance with the plans that exist at the local and regional levels, closed several big productions. We decommissioned some workshops, froze some other key production facilities. It's according to our regional plans. We do it as a part of the schedule. Of course, sometimes there are, speaking honestly, some economical reasons for that, but we are doing it mostly as part of the schedule. As compared to the 2021, there was a decrease in production almost in twice. Of course, it was this double effect: first, the decommissioning of enterprises, and then the decrease in production due to the safety and economical situation. Of course, we are on the path to reaching the goals, but as Andrei mentioned correctly, we have this question. We are estimating our emissions and our goals not in million tons, but in units per produced products. And of course, we are going to use such technologies as using hydrogen instead of carbon dioxide, sequestering of carbon dioxide. Of course, the level of these technologies in general and in Ukraine specifically, it's not on the level. It's not on the level enough to be scaled, but what can be done is probably the electrification of production. But in this context, there is this economic and safety situation which doesn't allow us to implement these technologies as it was planned before the war. And I don't want to repeat all the argumentation to businesses use. I think all the participants understand the basic arguments, but unfortunately, in the conditions of Ukraine, the change of this path, investments for greener technologies instead of they are unfortunately not possible within the time frame of 2 to 5 years. So embedded emissions aren't going to be reduced as quickly as it's required by EU CBAM. We have these plans, of course, we are working, we understand how we should reduce emissions, we understand the measures, but there's this thing of financing and achievability of these investments, because the technologies are still abroad and it's not so easy to implement in Ukraine to bring contractors to Ukraine. And of course, there's the question of safety, because Kryvyi Rih is is not so far from the front line. There are destructions of infrastructure and production facilities, and the production in the territory that's so near the front line is also under certain questions. I'd like to pause here. Thank you. Big businesses more or less are ready for the challenges in front of them, at least in the area where they can manage those challenges. But there are also small and medium enterprises, sometimes even big enterprises, which don't have, sometimes, speaking honestly, don't have the details of CBAM and other requirements they have to face. So their role in the achievement of NDC seems difficult without some preparatory work. And I'd like to ask Yulia, UN Global Compact Ukraine historically have been implementing certain projects aimed at capacity building and preparation of Ukrainian business to new realia. Please tell us about this, your new possibilities and how businesses can use them. Greetings to everyone. I am from UN Global Compact Ukraine, and it's the biggest network of responsible business in the world. We give 3 key things for Ukrainian business: networking, training, and visibility at the global level. And since in Ukraine we are making steps aligned with the EU countries and other developed countries of Europe, it's important to take the experience and learn by their mistakes.
I have just come back from the Vienna, This platform was created with the initiative and by the strength of the UN Global Forces of Europe. And annually, 80 companies meet from European businesses that already have mature climate plans. Any company is not admitted. It has to be a big business which has something to share and has good experience. This year, we had 80 companies from 20 countries of the world. From Ukraine, there were five companies, IPSR and MHP. And we worked in small groups and we talked about our what hurts us. And groups were divided by the maturity of climate plans, by sectors, and at the end, even by the alphabet for the maximum networking and for the exchange of experience. And this year, we talked about the plans of climate transition. And as the basis for workshops, we had taken the framework which was created by the UK government in order to create businesses to achieve their climate goals of the country. This is the framework. This is Transition Plan Task Force, and it consists of 3 blocks. This is ambition. These are strategic ambitions, business model, chain of added value, and strategy of interaction and accountability. This is about metrics of goals and management and responsibility. And from Ukraine, we have taken a couple of key insights from the 2-day workshops, because truly it was interesting to find out what problems our businesses face as they implement the plans of climate transition. And the first thing I wanted to say is the insufficient quality and maturity of climate data. This is what they say. We cannot manage what we cannot measure. And even big European countries have a problem with accuracy with data. Yes, very often they don't have knowledge or the skills to provide good quality of data. Coefficients and data of a database from the database constantly changes, which breaks climate reports. And it breaks the trust to KPI metrics. And what lesson can we draw for Ukraine? Without literacy in the reporting of the data, all climate goals will have to be renewed. Second is the gap between ambitions, climate ambitions, and real possibilities. There is a plan for 2050, but there are no tools that would what to apply in 2025. Many companies have publicly stated plans for 2040, for 2050, but they don't have short-term plans for implementation, and this is a problem. Companies do not know how to close this gap between intentions and actions. And here is the lesson for Ukraine, is that we need real acting tools. The third insight is that there's a systematic dependency from the external factors. We're ready, but suppliers are not, or they don't want to. And the attempts of company blocks not only the absence of finances, but the undeveloped infrastructure. For example, to switch to electric cars from diesel, it's possible, but we don't have enough stations, charging stations, and not enough parts, etc. There are no direct contracts with the producers of the green energy. There are no producers of the green energy. I'm talking about situations when European company has affiliates in countries that are developing. Besides that, there is another thing. These are tools tools that don't work. For example, the substitute from the gas to biomethane. Normally, it's possible to buy a certificate, but SBTI for scope 3, they don't recognize it if you don't control physical supply. And for example, in EU ETS, this is considered that it's called reduction of emissions, and this is regulatory collision. And access to biomethane as a fuel is very restricted, and there is not enough materials. And so we need to build systematic decisions in Ukraine so that business would have what to rely on. Fourth insight. Internal fragmentation and resistance to management. Climate actions in ESG and department decisions, for example, in the operational department. Very often plans and objectives live in a balloon, which don't get into the operational activity. The special problem is the middle link of management, just because they have their own KPIs. This is production, this is income, etc. There are no climate goals there. And in some companies, there is no even a responsible question who owns the plan. So this is not only about the absence of money, but this is about absence of leadership and inclusiveness. And here's the opportunity to form culture in a new way. And the last thing, fatigue from climate and to pressure on integrity. One company said, what if we don't achieve 1.5 degrees? Will we say about this, or we will honestly just rewrite the plan? Participants said that they are fatigued from the climate agenda in the context of the geopolitical aspect. And right now they are discussing the opportunity to switch to realistic plan 2.2% degrees. For Ukraine, this is the plan to talk about realistic ambition, responsibility, and maturity. These are the challenges, and this is the opportunity to learn from them. And briefly, I would like to also mention, if I may, in order to support our businesses, we have trainings. This is a climate accelerator. We're teaching the SBTI goals, management of emissions, and pitching from recently, because to compile the climate strategy, this is cool, but to learn to tell about it or sometimes to pitch it to the management, this is a second level of work. Also, we have grant program, £25,000 for project on the reduction of emissions of CO2. We do open lectures. The next one is about the calculation is on the 10th of June. It'll be on Zoom. You can register. And if you're interested to listen about it, it will be interesting. And the last thing that we are doing, we give visibility. Our companies take part in global events of UN and not only World Economic Forum, COP Assembly. We build economy of the new type, and our goal is to provide to Ukrainian businesses support, knowledge, and voice on the international arena. Thank you so much for the interesting insights. From the insights, I would like to highlight the last one from the fatigue about climate agenda and the desire to decrease the ambitions. And maybe goals seem to be too difficult at the moment. This is a controversial statement because there are many models that allowed to fill out the niche. But let us return to the realities of Ukraine. I would like to ask Victoria, because she also presents the Big Business Association, where concentrated are companies that focus on European market. How much by your discussions, by your feelings, how much feeling, to what extent companies are ready to put objectives and achieve those objectives in the decarbonization aspect? Thank you so much for the question. It is simple, but it is difficult at the same time. because business is very well aware. They are well aware about EST, CBAM, and NDC. They put all their efforts to achieve climate goals, despite the fact that we live in a very difficult time right now in Ukraine. And again, I would like to return to the fact that Ukraine has taken a very ambitious level in the NDC, despite that it's very difficult to achieve in the martial law context. Really, we know that many enterprises are destroyed, damaged, or they had to stop their activity due to military actions, due to economic restrictions. But at the same time, companies that work further on them are concentrated huge load. They take this load and they carry the burden and on all measures of decarbonization. This is part of greenhouse gas emissions. We have companies who keep working, and usually these are big companies. These are companies that are paying taxes, that provide jobs for people, and they're doing huge contribution in the development of economy of Ukraine. I would like to mention here that if we talk about achievement of climate goals on greenhouse gas emissions, we talked about modernization. It's quite obvious. It's a very expensive thing to implement, and without direct financing from EU and other international partners for companies, this is quite complicated who have a goal to simply survive at the moment. That's why, as I have mentioned, this is difficult, but it's simple at the same time. That's why we truly need support, we need financing, and because if we take the ambitious goal for Ukraine and we compare it with other countries who have less ambitious plans or have small ambitious climate goals, Ukraine can lose its capacity on internal markets and on external markets as well. So this has to be taken into account. And we think in the association that for the future renewal of NDC, we have to put realistic goals that could be achievable in the context of the war and martial law, and in the post-war period as well in the nearest future. Thank you.
Violetta, hopefully you're still with us. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. Thank you again. First of all, I want to thank you for your support to Ukraine, for your constant support to our businesses, to our government. We do appreciate it. Today, during the panel, Olga mentioned, and it's obvious, one of the key bottleneck for Ukrainian companies is the lacking of financing. On the other hand, EIB has a really strong commitment in climate change, really strong requirements. So taking into account like a huge gap in financing for Ukrainian companies, I would say it's not very high level of awareness and readiness for Ukrainian businesses to attract climate financing. And your as I said, very strong commitment in this regard. What would be your advice? What support or what programs are available from EIB perspectives to Ukrainian companies? How Ukrainian companies could receive funding from EIB for future decarbonization projects, for climate adaptation, etc.?
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting the European Investment Bank. We are very happy to be on this panel. And as a first consideration, I would like to express my admiration for Ukraine to be able to go with this second update of the NDC. It is incredible amidst war, the capacity and the resilience and the willingness to reconstruct in a nice way. So I really have very big admiration for that. Coming to what the European Investment Bank is and wants to do for Ukraine to help with decarbonization, So EIB, European Investment Bank, is the EU bank. So we want to help Ukraine join the EU in its accession path. And we are also the climate bank. So EU bank, climate bank means everything we do actually is somehow helping for decarbonization. The good news is that actually we are doing this since a long time, and without a lot of difficulties. Actually, we see that businesses, municipalities, state-hold companies, communal enterprises all follow the path easily, especially if they have adequate technical assistance and support to go to this step. So for me, I think this is really one of the important aspects, is that many small companies, many small municipalities cannot do this effort without a good support, without being helped. And this conference today is one of these ways of supporting and making information available. This is absolutely critical in this sector. So coming to what we are doing for corporates. So we are divided into several sectors at the EIB. I have colleagues working on large corporates. We can provide you afterwards or because it would be too long, but we do have a lot of activities, and we're deploying a new strategy now for corporates. By the Rome Ukraine Recovery Conference, we plan to have some deliverables, hopefully if everything goes well, which will allow decarbonization of businesses that would be implemented through intermediary banks. So EIB would give loans to intermediary banks, and banks would give these loans, so sub-loans, to businesses, in particular for green and decarbonization projects. So we hope to be able to announce this at the Rome conference in July. But in general, what we are doing, all the loans for SME that EIB is doing already, they all have these components. This one is, let's say, more targeted, more appropriate, what we will announce in July. But what we are doing is already going into that direction. And similarly, what we do with municipalities and communal enterprises, we are now working on 400 projects. We have already completed more than 120. We plan to open a new hospital, school, or complete a communal enterprise project by the end of the year. One every 2 weeks, or even one every week. This is the rhythm we're working, and all of that is happening with some decarbonization aspects in it. Under the recovery program, we rebuild schools, but we rebuild it much better than what it was. We reconstruct hospitals, and these the managers of the hospitals, they tell us before we had 20% of our costs on energy. Now it's not like that. It's just a few percentage of the cost in energy. And we cooperate with Germany, with IKI, to help many of these buildings have even renewable solar panels, batteries, or heat pumps, and have these renovated buildings which are already energy efficiency. We want, with the German government, to help many of them have also the renewable energy on top of it, so to really decrease completely the energy expenses of this. So we're also developing district heating programs with intermediary banks for communal enterprises, for municipalities, and many other of these projects with municipalities and communal enterprises, which will be, let's say, a basis for businesses also to develop. Because if you are a business and you want to do decarbonization, you also need to have water coming to you. You also need to have heating. You also need to have, let's say, basic infrastructure background for especially if you have to move from, let's say, east to western part of the country. You need to have a basic infrastructure that helps you develop your business and develop also your decarbonization aspect. So we're working very, very much on all these, let's say, background preparatory aspects that will help the businesses of Ukraine, with really hundreds of projects with the German government, with UNDP, and with many partners, Covenant of Mayors, EU, etc. And all this reconstruction of communal enterprises and municipalities, and actually they do as well, it's a positive circle actually, they do as well develop and give an opportunity for Ukrainian businesses, because most of these reconstructions that we are doing are below 5 million euro cost each, and therefore they are fully implemented in Ukraine. The procurement happens through ProZorro, and it is Ukrainian companies who reconstruct municipalities. Of course, these Ukrainian companies have to be themselves following some green and decarbonization principle, but let's say it's a huge incentive for them to go that way, because they will then have all the businesses of reconstruction of municipalities, cities, water plant, hospitals, schools, etc., etc. So we are giving them the basis to work. We're giving them an opportunity, more business to come, and we're giving them loans to change themselves. So I think we're really trying to work on all aspects of this. I don't go into the details of what we do for corporate. It's not really my domain, but whoever is interested can contact through me. We will provide with the details for the larger corporates, and same for the large Ukrainian companies like Ukrohydroenergo, etc., that we definitely support because they're also part of the effort. So thank you again very, very much for inviting me, and thank you for this communication and knowledge sharing is very crucial in the context of the second NDC update. Thank you very much.
Дуже дякую. Усі АЄФА,
Thank
які
you very
працюють в
much.
Україні, постійно повторюють, і це правда, на жаль, що не
All
вистачає
the
банкового кредиту. І от буквально тільки що
a lot
запрошували
of
ледь, які може
banks working in Ukraine.
планує, будь ласка,
A lot of
передати.
companies,
Фінансові
a lot of
інструменти,
companies
щоб
working in
грати
Ukraine
в
say that there are few banking projects, but you can see that there are a lot of loaning tools, and not of all the possibilities will even be used. So it's a great area for growth. Our panel started later, so we don't have a lot of time left. And the question to all of the participants, let's say almost everything our country earns, it spends it on the war, and it's going to be for some time more. And after the Victory Day, call it as you want to, for some other years, the country won't be able to support the production and businesses. So those are realia we have to live in. On the other hand, you businesses will have competitors, and so understanding this realia, what do businesses lack to be more actively engaged in the implementation of NDC decarbonization projects, having in mind the objective limitations, that it's very difficult, let's be realistic, to count on state funding and state support. What are your thoughts on it? What do businesses lack, and how can we strengthen our role in it? I'd like to continue. You said very correctly, Andriy, that the situation we have in the country, it won't be over in a day, in a month, or in a year. Of course, there will be a period of some time when all the resources of the country will be allocated to the reconstruction of infrastructure, energy objects, and facilities, whether we want it or not, but to ensure the development and growth of economy in the country, we need the full reconstruction of energy supply. We need to understand the situation with the human resources, because this problem acutely exists, and the whole business sector is suffering right now because of lack of human resources, and we can't count on the experts from abroad who are going to help us, who will come and help us. It's quite difficult, taking into account the average salary in the country and the safety situation. I'd like to remind there was the review of NDC of July 2021. There was a sum of investment totaling to, if I'm not mistaken, to 2 billion euros for us to reach the ambitious NDC of -65%. These funds were planned to be engaged as investments from 2021 to 2030. And right now, there's 2025. With the analytical data we saw today, the amount is 42 billion euro. And to be a bit sarcastic here, half of this money was already appropriated. So these numbers speak for themselves. And about the suggestions, if the country needs businesses, let's not talk about subsidies and reliefs from the state, like tax reliefs, etc. We are talking about the country lobbying the interests of businesses and ensure the access to investments with reasonable interest rates. Of course, a country needs to lobby businesses and ask our world partners, European partners, some return, some non-refundable, some loans, some help that should not be returned. But of course, it's only for the situation when the situation will be stable in the country. And so as not to have any fantasies, if you will excuse me, the war ends and only then the reconstruction. Andrei, I don't like the formulation of this question because it seems like businesses exist separately from the country, and those poles have no intersection points. And the continuation of this question, who's going to rebuild the infrastructure, state or business? We are in the same boat and we can't separate the state and businesses, talking that the country will be doing something on its own and we will exist separately without no intersection points. ArcelorMittal Kryvyi Rih paid more than 1 billion in as a tax, as a green tax. A lot of our workers were mobilized, a lot of our workers died. We are a part of the country, and we can't say that the country will be doing something on its own and it won't protect the business. I think it's the wrong philosophy in this story, because we are one and we need to work for our shared goal, including the one in the climate law. We are going to support the state, and we want and we hope the state will support us in order to reach our common goals. Of course, there are a lot of challenges. There are a lot of issues to be solved, but nevertheless, we can see that there are no problems that can't be solved. There are always some environmental tools, environmental policy tools that can be applied even in these conditions, like CO2 tax. Let's think about reasonable usage of income from it, including big emittents. Of course, our production fell, but we're still paying a big share of this tax. Of course, it won't allow us to launch some big projects, but it will allow us to develop some documentation. Any instruments, any financial help will be important right now for every enterprise. And of course, we count very much for the country to help us find the common decision in our cooperation. From my part, very shortly, what can be done for businesses and how to help them. First of all, it's the reporting of emissions. Secondly, it's the detailed plan of decarbonization. Thirdly, institutional support by the country and associations. Then culture development inside the country and inside businesses. And the last one, honesty in the plans. If we set the goals of developed countries, we need to understand that we don't have the conditions of the developed countries. For example, we don't have the funding of businesses in EU for green projects. So here we need to be reasonable and to see what's working in their system and what's not working. Thank you. To summarize what colleagues said, I generally agree with everyone. I'd like to add that emissions of greenhouse gases reduced due to the war, but at the same time, don't forget about the increase in emissions due to hostilities. When we are talking about modernization, we go back to the question how and what funding are we going to use, and I support the countries that we need direct funding from EU, our country, and international partners who are going to support businesses in the green development. What's also very important is to engage businesses in all new legal frameworks to have this bottom-up principle, not on the contrary, because business is one with the country. We are one of the chains, one of the parts of this chain, and we need to be included in the discussions. The working groups should be created, and we need to have one shared goal and move towards it for the development of our country jointly. Thank you. Violan?
Yes, thank you. As the last one, I can only fully agree with everything that was said by my colleagues. Maybe just to add from our perspective, what we see would be crucial for businesses to attract funding is that they are aware of the funding, is that they are aware of the opportunities, and that they're aware that by taking some trains, they might have a cost in doing some internal changes, but this is in the not even long run it will be very quickly totally advantageous. So I would say, yeah, remaining aware of all opportunities that are offered by EIB, other donors, EU, taking these possibilities, these trains, joining these reconstruction that are already happening. We have lack of constructors, lack of participation on some programs. So it's a lot of also about information and advocacy, awareness of what is there that will enable the businesses to take a good business and do decarbonization at the same time. Thank you.
Дуже дякую. Питання дійсно було так. Воно
Thank you
неприємне,
very
я
much.
розумію.
Yes,
І
the
свідомо
question
його задав.
was
Що ми почули, так?
very unpleasant, but what we heard: energy safety, human resources, access to funding, and the state needs to be the partner. Those are wonderful insights. We hear them often. We need to remember about them, work on them, and the country won't live separately from businesses, and on the contrary, and vice versa. The problem is a different one. There's no business support in Ukraine. We can change the names of the officials, but the resources for businesses support won't appear because of that. We need to find these possibilities. So this is the work with financing in EU. Our our neighbors, Poland, learned to do it wonderfully. And the last remark, Ministry of Environment is working on the green platform development right now. It will be a platform for this green funding for all of the stakeholders, Ukrainian stakeholders, public or private. So I ask those who can provide this funding. We are planning to launch this ecosystem, and for those who need funding, you can find detailed information on this official website, how to attract this funding. And another remark from the Ministry of Economy: there were a lot of heated discussions between the economical and environmental policies, because that can be controversial. We need this reasonable balance in order not to harm the competitiveness of our economy. And the policies we are going to implement should be based on specific data, and we support detailed discussions of NDC, work on sectoral research that we are going to present in 2 weeks. First, related to agriculture, then to the cement sector, then to metallurgy, energy sector, etc. And we set the goals to identify and the realistic greenhouse gas emission reduction opportunities. And hopefully, with all the stakeholders engaged, businesses and business associations will help us to overcome the challenges we have successfully and become the member of the EU, which is our long-term goal. Thank you very much for our panel participants. Thank you for the guest participation. And no questions a couple of moments ago, so I moved on to the closing, but there are some questions in the chat, even 2 questions. Taking into account the question of EU integration and the question of decarbonization, will those be key aspects of EU integration of the country, taken into assuming that that Ukraine will be EU integrated in the nearest years? Is the policy we have the sufficient grounds, or are the further steps the potential question to be solved when the country is in EU already? And the second question: are the companies do the companies in Ukraine already feel the pressure from the enterprises from Europe who have to check their value chain, especially when they are reporting with CSRD? Are you going, do you think that this pressure will stimulate Ukrainian business or only create economical obstacles? So the second question, whether the businesses feel the pressure of big enterprises from Europe, their competitors. Is this pressure stimulating or does it create obstacles? It doesn't create obstacles, it creates some difficulties in the processing of these requests. They are not only from CSRD right now, there are a lot of requirements and international standards, and our partners and clients ask questions, and we spend a lot of time to prepare this information, and not always this information is standardized. We work on it individually, and I'd like to mention a little comment that this problem exists in Ukraine. When we were preparing the information on CBAM, I asked our Ukrainian partners who produce precursors for us, and the question we received that we could not provide any information on emissions. So this option also happens, and I'm not sure whether it will happen a lot when the partners and counterparties won't provide this information. But we encounter this.
Дійсно, ми теж чуємо про кейси, коли компанії комітять встановити цілі SBTI.
We are also hearing about the cases when the companies are planning to set SBTI goals, and there's a tool on our website. It's open for everyone.
We have on our website a COP whipping tool when we can compare the indicators of different reports. It will simplify the work on reporting. Thank you. The question from the audience.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Не питання, а такий
It's not a question, it's a short comment. Andriy Hunko, manager of projects ET10 POPs that are provided by GIZ. Thanks to American government, the projects help Ukraine in the implementation with the industrial pollution and Paris Agreement. So 2 years ago, the grant programs launched on financing the events to reduce the level of industrial emissions. This was the open tender to receive grants up to 2 million euro. And we have received in 2 years about 40 different requests, applications from all of Ukrainian business biggest enterprises, so which there were 3,000 of them before full-scale investment. Within the new project PUBs, together with Association of Employers, we, for Ministry of Environmental Protection, we do the research. How much funds is needed to introduce new technologies according to the new directive of EU, and in course of 2 months of request from the Federation to the members, and there are 8,000 of them, we have received 16 short reports on projects that enterprises are planning to implement. Taking into account this information, there won't be any analysis of this information. Donors take this in this state that Ukrainian business has not determined yet if they support policy of Ukraine in terms of new technologies in decarbonization, or they're waiting for the period of time. They're waiting for something. So I wanted to suggest within the framework of enlargement of cooperation, let's switch from the mode, there are no money, we cannot do it, it's too expensive, from this to the specific results, specific goals, help us to realize this. It will be more constructive dialogue, and it will help all the sides. Thank you. Thank you, Andriy. The question is next. You're talking about financing of 20%. Of course, this is wonderful, but we will return to the very same thing that I've mentioned before. Majority of enterprises in general, they live on the limit, on the border of necessary minimum to provide for people to pay taxes, etc. That's why with the cost of the project, let's say 10 or 10,000 euro, we can talk about this. But if we talk about billion of euro, enterprises are not prepared. This is true. Do we have any more questions from the audience or from the chat? If not, we will finish this panel discussion. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you for our participants. Thank you for the questions.
Вітаю, не працює, вже працює. Ми продовжуємо нашу
Okay, we will
роботу.
continue our work, and in this part, we will be talking in the context of the just transition, in the context of the nationally determined contribution. And with great joy, I would like to invite for discussion our all distinguished, well-distinguished panelists. This is Kostyantin Krynicki, representative from the NGO Eco Action. This is Oleksiy Orzhel from Energy Community. Valentina Moskalenko, advisor to the Prime Minister of Ukraine. Terish Makadyan, UNICEF in Ukraine. Tetiana Kachkova, Deputy Mayor of Boyarka. And Torsten Waller from EU delegation. Also, with us online, we have Andriy Tabinsky, Association of Coal Communities of Ukraine. Executive Director. My name is Halina Litvin. Since 2021, I work in Just Transition project, and I'm responsible for the regional level. I will be honored to talk to our well-distinguished panelists. We'll talk about Just Transition in Ukraine. We will start with the presentation of report or analysis which is prepared about Just Transition in the context of NDS, prepared within the framework of Project EU for Climate Resilience. And together with us, we have the author of this analysis, Kostyantin Krynicki. The floor is yours. Thank you so much. I would like to start with the fact that what you will hear, this is the resume, this is the short, brief description. We have the English and Ukrainian option at the website. You can share, read it. It's all online and it's all available. I would like to start with a personal story because this topic of just transition, it's very close topic to me because I came to climate sector for this topic. I came to Eco Action 7.5 years ago. I was hired to work with coal mines in Donetsk region. So this is the topic which is very relevant to me. It's wonderful to see in course of all these years the progress, because I remember 2017, Ministry of Energy was called Ministry of Energy and Coal Industry. You come to Ministry of Coal Energy to talk about transformation. It was quite difficult to talk about that topic. Now, as we look at all the national processes, local processes, plans in Lviv region, Volyn region, now understanding that this has already come to the political agenda, this is quite inspiring to see, and it's wonderful to be a part of it. So yes, this panel is, and this conference is about NDC. We have four panels, and one of them dedicated to the topic of just transition. I couldn't have imagined of this 7 years ago. Returning back to the NDC and the global climate policy, just transition right now has become one of the component of the global climate policy. By its sense, the concept has to be created, has to create conditions by which environmental transformation, it doesn't lead to any negative social effects. It keeps and multiplies jobs for people, and it promotes social stability and regional development in specific communities, in theory, because we all understand the process of decarbonization will require the closure of certain enterprises that work with the fuels, with fossil fuels. The example is coal industry, coal mines. These are particular communities that were built, economy of which depends on enterprise that soon will be closed or has closed already. What shall we do with people? Because the concept of just transition, in the center of it, there are people. How can we help people who will lose a job? How can we help their families? How can we help the economy in general of the region? How they can further function? That these cities would not remain the ghost communities, will turn into ghost communities. And I like that there is a climate component, but we should not forget that this component affects the lives of people.
And
speaking about Paris Agreement, they already have in 2015, they recall the just transition, that just transition should be one of the principles, as well as the creation of the good conditions of work, and it has launched the good international process, a small adjustment in Katowice in 2021. Principles of the just transition were adopted, what countries support within the framework of a Paris Agreement, and in Dubai there was the just transition program that was adopted, within the framework of which countries get together and plan how to implement these measures. And indeed, all that I have mentioned prior to this is in the structure of the UNCCC, and very often in their publications they refer to definitions that international International Labor Organization is talking about. So cooperation went from those who are thinking about who is taking care of workers, and there is a separate research, and they look at climate documents and NDSs of different countries on implementation and of just transition, and they indicated that in the first round in 2015, in 2016, when they had first NDC, only one country out of 193 have recalled just transition, and 8-9 years ago, over than 1/3, 72 countries had these remembrances, and there were separate chapters that referred to just transition. 6% of all countries who submitted, they had a separate chapter on just transition. But I'm speaking more about climate component because the topic is such. We're talking about NDC and the renewals that Ukraine will have to introduce even this year. But just transition is a partial, it's an inevitable part of the just transition mechanisms. There is a special fund dedicated to this. So now, having Euro integration processes as the basis for our policy for the next 5 years, we have to look at certain positions that would refer to just transition, so that we could be ready to implement it. It could be all already based on the main principles. And energy community, which where Ukraine belongs to, with the development of national plan on energy and climate, also they look at the fact that the principles of just transformation could be already there, and energy community already commented. We have only one measure, which is the transformation of the coal regions, and up until 2023, this plan has been elaborated. It would not be quite correct to say that in Ukraine there is no huge success in just transition. We have a huge success because on the level of government, when we talk about just transition, it's connected to coal regions and assistance to the coal regions where there are mines and coal power plants. And if the first Ukrainian NDC did not even recall just transition, the second one, the renew one, we had already 2 recalls of the just transition. And the national program, and we have the date, which right now, until 2035, we have certain processes that started on the local level. In Donetsk region, then there was the process that was interrupted due to full-scale invasion. Lviv, Volynsk region, with the support of GIZ, they made a giant leap towards the just transition. So this is something that this shows that these processes are more or less inevitable. They are irreversible. This year, the financial mechanism will have to be launched thanks to European Investment Bank, where communities can receive funds for the implementation of the projects. This is the huge focus of attention which has worked within last couple of years. But on the other hand, all of this in Ukraine is linked and is linked to the coal regions. And as a representative of the ECO organization, when now it went to the level of the state policy, we understood that we came to the trap, because in Ukraine, not only coal regions need the support, we have other regions that depend on the kind of fossil fuels, other industrial regions. So the necessity to expand this notion for other regions, this will be one of the main focuses for the next years, because one of the focuses is not to put anyone aside, and we can put other regions aside. And success also is already there. Last year, there was the main law adopted on the basis of the climate policy, and transformation is one of the principles. And it doesn't restrict only to the coal regions. And in in Baku of last year, Ministry of Economy also mentioned that they remember that the topic is quite wide, and when impact will be renewed, they would have to take into account the positive experience of coal regions to expand it for other communities as well. And here I will get to specific recommendations with this analysis, what could be included into our renewed NDC. First is the issue that the full decarbonization of economy needs to spread this concept to mono-industrial regions that depend on the extraction of oil, gas, mineral resources, and communities that depend on businesses that are dependent on fossil fuels. They can decrease their activity. This is crucially important as well. We have to take into account the experience of coal regions, and we need to show that this is the process. These are communities who already have this success, and we need to engage them into work. Another recommendation is to look at the process of transformation, just transition, from the special regulation of the fund of just transition. NDC, we can include territorial and community plans that start appearing in Ukraine. These are criteria. What is project of transformation in particular regions? Because not all respond and comply with the transformation. And I think one of the most important recommendations, which I want to underline, is that analysis has shown that the same international organization shows another, indicates 9 policies that have to be written. This is macroeconomic, central policy, policy of entrepreneurship, professional training, security and safety of work, social protection, protection of the human rights, and social dialogue. So here, this moment is very important to me as well, because if we just write in the documents the word just transition, this is good, but we should not only write the word itself, because then we start marginalizing it. There is a part about just transition which is quite theoretical, and when we write in the social component, support of the community, and we don't even mention the term just transition, these will be still principles of just transition. So if in NDC and other national documents, there'll be focuses on the sectors that international WHO sets aside. Then we have to say that we have formed principles of transformation for specific regions. And ending, recommendation about necessity to diversify local economy through creating of the green jobs. We're talking about recovery. These will create works, jobs as well, but the communities that have been victims from decarbonization, from the closure of enterprises, this is the destruction and of enterprises and flooding of the mines in such sectors as, for example, energy efficient building materials, for example, creation of the building materials, wind turbines, solar panels, inverters. It can relate to a specific regions, but it can relate to all of Ukraine, and it can create the social component of jobs for women, veterans, and IDPs. This is the problem that we have. It will remain, and this is the process of decarbonization that can assist here. And the necessity to expand the social dialogue, because right now all our stakeholders that are doing this topic, this is Ministry of Territorial Development, Ministry of Energy, but as we look at the examples of other countries, the topic of transformation, it's not only the nature saving topic.
Ministry of Environment. So we need more space for discussion to make this policy cross-sectoral, not limited to environment, Ministry of Environment. And NDC can describe more funding sources, where to find money to implement those beautiful concepts. And it will be very interesting to listen to our international colleagues. New mechanisms can be created, like with European Investment Bank, or modernize the existing tools and mechanisms. The fund of carbonization, like this one that was created right now, it can create a working package of supporting carbon-intensive and industrial communities. Probably that's it. I would like to answer any questions, and you can go to the website. And thank you, Konstantin. If I may, it's a great introduction to our discussion and a great presentation of what we can read as an analytical report about the role of people in the center of just transition. If I may, thank you for raising the questions that we can ask our speakers. And I'd like also to comment on the just transition plans for Lviv and Volyn regions. We tried to support these regions in the plan development and pay attention to the dialogue among different stakeholders. And the indicator is of 28 focus groups, with people starting with pupils and students and ending with the trade unions and wives of the miners. We wanted to see everyone. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's the vision of every stakeholder in the final document version, but because not everyone is able to make this input, but it still had its influence. And thank you for mentioning that regulation on the plan of just transition, it shows the indicators for these plans, and there are these indicators used in the plans according to the in the plans in the Lviv and Volyn region according to the EU requirements, and this tells about serious attention of these regions and efforts to be a part of these policies. Thank you for the focus of on the engagement of different stakeholders at the national level, and now we understand that there's a question to the first question to the advisor to the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Valentina Moskalenko, how the state program can unite the efforts of all the stakeholders to make the just transition possible in the context of the war. Thank you very much for the question. I'd like to add to what Konstantin said, taking into account the context of just transformation, just transition. It's the principle we can use not only in the coal regions, but apply it to the whole regional policy, because it's about people, it's about creating comfortable conditions for people to leave nobody behind, to take into account all the interests of the whole population on this or that territory. And when we started this work with the Ministry of Territorial Development, we wanted to expand the area of just transition, and there are 38 communities right now there, not only the communities with mines, but the communities dependent on the fossil fuels, like Novi Mosti community, where most of the population is employed by the mines or is dependent on the income they receive from the work in the mines. And the expansion of this policy, it has already happened, this expansion, by adding different communities with heat power stations, with different communities where people this or that way are dependent on the on the coal mining. And I think this approach can cover all industrial cities like Alexandria in Kirovohrad region, which used to be very dependent on coal mining. It seems that it's coal mining is monoprofile, because we are talking only about communities that are mining coal right now and will suffer from the mines shutdown. And I think this approach should be used by the Ministry of Territorial Development, used in its documents at the regional level, in its policies, its strategies, not only at the national level. What this program can provide, we started everything vice versa. So we started, so the planning of the national just transition starts from bottom and reaches, it goes bottom up. We worked in a German project, started working it, started implementing it with communities, and only now the program is going to be issued at a national level. Maybe it's not the best approach as a strategic planning, but it was more practical, more applied in its nature. It started in the regions where it can be implemented. And I think this will be a roadmap, first of all, for the donors, for international financial institutions, what we need to finance within just transition. Because now we are working with the European Investment Bank, and to launch this fund, it's very important to understand the standards of just transition. And there's only one document, concept of a state goal program, which we are finalizing right now, which describes just transition, its processes and procedures. And I hope it will be a very understandable document, both for our international partners and for communities, to develop their own plans of just transition. How to coordinate this? It's a very good question, because it's the Ministry of Regional Development in charge of this program. And they are coordinating this policy, because we are talking more about communities here, how to make them energy independent, diversify their activities, mitigate the consequences of missile attacks, how to help people. This is more about regional and community development. But in reality, we need to understand that it's also that it's a task of different ministries. But the Ministry of Territorial Development is still the most important here, the Ministry of Regional Development. And I hope there will be a working group established that would revise this, that will revise this program from time to time, because I think that this program will need adaptation after the war is over. We will have more green technologies. We will add more regions that suffered from the war to this program, and there should be people in the Ministry of Regional Development who will be able to revise and update this program. As to the coordination at the community level, it's very good that we have the Association of Coal Communities of Ukraine. It has more than 20 communities. Unfortunately, no more, because a lot of communities are on the occupied regions. It's a body that, with the help of GIZ, can represent the people and propose the changes to the state program. So I hope that this union of Ministry of Territorial Development program, state program, and communities, it will make this process more efficient. 80% of the program are from the donors. We hope that this program will be the benchmark for the lighthouse for the donors, to show them the activities which need funding. But we still hope that starting from 2026, we will find, for example, with the instrument Ukraine facility, we will find some source of state funding, constant state funding. We are not talking about it right now because there are different priorities for 2025, but we have this note that that some funding can be given to the just transition starting 2026. But in general, it's the last puzzle piece needed in the program of just transition, and hopefully we will have the strategical document for all of us to navigate. Another question for you. In 2021, there was a coordination body. Is there a chance for it to be revived in any format to coordinate the stakeholders you named in the context of implementing the program after it is adopted? It still exists because the body was adopted by the regulation of the Cabinet of Ministers, which was not cancelled. So at any time we can call up those people and discuss anything. At this time, any community can be the initiator to call this body, and after this program is adopted, we can discuss any practical things at this high level. Even this possibility is the evidence that all the stakeholders will have this platform to discuss the realization of the implementation of the program. The next, my question is to Alexei Orzel. Energy Community Secretariat pays big attention to just transition, especially in climate planning as a whole, and recently there appeared a fresh document, policy guidelines in the context of just transition issued by the Secretariat of Energy Community. I wanted to ask you how and what advice can you give to ensure the alignment of just transition with other energy and climate policies, and how to not let these efforts be fragmented, how to make this whole story more whole. Thank you for the question and possibility to express our position. I agree that it's a very complex problem, and we are talking about coal regions all the time, but no, it's the national policy, which is the main direction of development right now. I keep repeating that there's no path for Ukraine except for EU integration. There are, as a result, some political trends which don't change in Europe, and we need to follow this path which ensures the European future of Ukraine. So it's a much more comprehensive issue. And in this aspect, I'd like to focus on our efforts and taking practical examples. We are talking a lot about communities, about communication, social factors, which are really important, yes, but we try to apply these requirements in practice and to include them in the main strategic documents where we try to play our important role. It's a national energy and climate plan. We think it's one of the most important, and it marks the directions for the development of the whole economy of Ukraine, and it defines where investments will be. So by supporting and protecting the regions where we need to find their second life, we understand that it is defined by the economic policy. And what we have in this logic of funding allocation in the nearest future, of course, the focus is on the donor money, but within energy community, in our practical work as of today, we are putting our efforts into a project of making some areas of active development of renewable energy sources, and these areas need to be in the border regions of Ukraine, and we add the coal regions there, of course, and coal power stations. And the question for those regions is how to make the existent their infrastructure. Yes, we can talk about human resources. I had this example of talking directly to the coal miners. I urge them to jump to the possibility of trying a new job. It was a very difficult conversation. But we need to find the options how to find the possibilities for another economic model, first with the help of donors, but then this project, its result, its deliverables will be a zoning of the regions that need reconstruction, we need to go there and show the investors this prioritization. It is supported by the Ukrainian side. Let's see how we can use not only what already exists in those regions, human resources, knowledge, human experience, but also infrastructure, available infrastructure and other factors, without excluding the necessity of strategic documents and this movement from the practical implementation in those regions and then go into the national level. Our task is to keep using practical tools, because for these regions to find their future, it's in the general economic policy, but more in practical examples. And we think that it's very important from the point of further reconstruction. We already have the element of donor requirements. We cannot fund coal generation objects we really need with the donor funding. We can't allocate this funding for fossil fuel technologies, of course, but we need to find not only important strategic documents as part of Ukraine becoming the part of the EU, but also find this path for investors, because energy community is an international organization, the main task of which is to implement EU legislation in Ukraine and move Ukraine to bring Ukraine to EU energy markets, but everything is still based on the gas market, emission trading market, etc. So, except for this political aspect, there's also this practical aspects, which is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm very happy that what was paid attention to with the development of regional or territorial plans for just transition, how to use territories under for the new kinds of economic activity, including NDC. It is we understand that this is the path which local governments pay attention to. This is the path that you recommend as well. And I would like to now pass to people in the center of the just transition.
We can talk a lot about coal phase out, transition, structural changes, but the question is for whom we are doing it, whether there would be people on those territories that want to stay there and they want that see their potential and their future in those territories. So my question to you is how to ensure that youth policy and politics is included in just transition processes, and whether you can share some good cases from other countries that could be also adapted to Ukrainian realities.
Thanks, Alina. And thank you for the speakers already who have gone. I think my part's a little different than what's already been spoken, because I'm going a little harder on one extremely important stakeholder, essentially. Because when we start talking about these particular stakeholders, and that is children and young people, there's a lot, it's very strong points being made, no doubt, but it's a lot of donors, funding, implementation, practical, project, all the keywords of economics. There's no children. There's no mention of the 10 million children who currently have a triple threat of war, climate change, and the potential of being abandoned in the transition process. We're not talking about the 1.7 children who don't have access to safe water. We're not talking about the 1 million children who are breathing air which fails safety standards. So when we start getting into this, and I personally am more of a water and sanitation person given the priority, it's kind of tough to talk about any of these projects if we're not talking about climate resilience, if we're not talking about water security, we're not talking about healthcare facilities and schools being the priority in development with projects, with funding. If we're talking about renewables, that's where the renewables need to go first. If we're talking about solar systems, that's where they go first. And then when we do talk about transition specifically, every part of the transition needs protection as well. So during industrial transition, you will have points where air quality monitoring comes into play, where children need health screening to make sure everything's okay. There need to be, unfortunately, assurances or evacuation plans in case anything happens. As the energy transforms, there can be disruption in services and basic services, which needs to be kept an eye on. Livelihoods will change. Colleagues were speaking about livelihoods and green skills and green jobs. Here there's priority requirements for parents with children, obviously. And also then that's where you start kind of finding that potential of young people. You've got an entire future to invest in. There are youth entrepreneurship exercises. There is technical trainings. There's a lot that can be done over there. When we take this very important stakeholder, it's not just a good to have, it's not a token system. It's not, we were talking about, I think Constantine was talking about all the different mentions that need to happen to make, which is what drives policy, which is what drive investments, financing in the future. So this is where within, let's say the NDCs, you need children, you need young people to be mentioned at least 50 times, and not just as tokens, but as targets, as indicators. And it's not out of sympathy for this vulnerable group, it's because it's their agency, it's their right. They are able to demand for climate action. We've done surveys where we surveyed 5,000 young people, and all of them, their second demand, the first demand was mental health, but their second demand was climate action. So we have young people who have the drive, who have the potential, who can lead a lot, and somehow we're not hearing about them enough when we're talking about these very important policies and very important documents that direct policies and investments. And to give a flavor, thank you also for asking about other country examples, because, and again, I feel like it's already been mentioned during this panel, so thank you, panelists already, but some of the gold standards are Costa Rica. They have a constitutional right for a healthy environment for children. In Moldova, they've got specific budget lines for educational curricula, which includes climate education. In Costa Rica, again, they've got mandatory climate education right from preschool till university. So, okay, I mean, we don't have to change everything, but it can be, instead of university, let's take it up to secondary school. There are a lot of things that can be, it doesn't have to be replicated from other models, but can give ideas for what Ukraine can do. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. And it's really good that we have the examples already where some municipalities are trying to incorporate the needs of youth into their planning. And certainly this is something that can be showcased. And here I will switch to Ukrainian because моє наступне питання буде до Андрія Табінського,
My next question will be to Andriy Tabinsky, acting director of the executive director of Association of Coal Communities of Ukraine, which unifies communities from different parts of Ukraine. He helps communities to speak with one voice, to speak the same language with donor organizations, government, about needs of coal communities in the context of the just transition. Andrew, can you say what are the needs and what do coal communities need and lack for the just transition to be not only the policy approved, but for it to become the reality in the context of the implemented initiatives and projects? Thank you, Halino. Greetings, colleagues. It's wonderful to see like-minded people who concentrate their attention on just transition, not only in the coal communities. If we talk about what association is doing in the context of our conversation, we are the bridge between communities and between national level of ministries and agencies and central executive authorities. If we talk about challenges that that are there in coal communities, first of all, this is war, and it reflects communities that have heating generation. If we hear on the news the attacks on energy infrastructure, then in the context of the coal communities, yes, it affects economy, first of all, because these communities, they're mono-profile and their budgets are more than 50% dependent on this heating generation. Today, you talked about the plan for the just transition. I would like to pay my attention on this. This is the document which was difficult which was elaborated by a large number of stakeholders. Today, this is Lviv and Volyn region, and this is the roadmap for communities with numbers of projects, what to do, how to do in order to become greener, to help with the green transition, etc. And these are what are the challenges? These are resources for the implementation of the projects. I hope that the launch of the state-targeted program will allow certain mechanisms. It will help communities to go through this just transition. Thank you, Andriy. Also, if you can allow me to ask you a question. Beyond the context of the war that you have raised, is there any, are there any other challenges for the communities that are linked by association towards the just transition? What do communities lack, especially in Dnipropetrovsk, Vinnytsia regions, in order to launch this process? Here, we can divide into a couple of sectors. Yeah, there are many problems, starting with drinking water, ending with a stable energy supply. But I hope that if we can create the plan of just transition in all communities, it will be the unifying factor that will be able to raise resources for the implementation of these measures. Thank you so much, Andriy, for being with us. And my next question will be for the representative from one of the local government. But for us, it's quite difficult to understand because we usually have coal mines with us. We know these spaces, but Kostya, during presentation of the analysis, mentioned that we need to look broader and we should not look at the idea of the just transition only in the context of coal communities or heat generations. We have the representative from the Boyarka. She's the deputy mayor, Tetiana Kochkova. Tanya, I would like to ask you, if we look broader in the context of the planning of the energy climate policy on the local level in Boyarka, what challenges do local governments meet and community in general? Greetings to you all. I'm the representative of the Boyarka community from Kyiv region. Community is quite active. We have entrepreneurs, we have businesses, we have social sphere well developed, and we encounter the same challenges as other communities do in course of the war. Right now, we have signed the agreement of mayors. We have taken on commitments on decrease of emissions. But speaking about the systematic work, we at the moment are at the stage of improvement of the strategy, and climate challenges are entered also are included in the strategy for it to have a certain plan. Speaking about the just transition, I would like to state such a thing, that mechanism of support of communities that need to transfer from the fossil fuel and they don't have resources for that. We need to say that our community is community where we are still using coal to heat schools. This is school. It's the historical building, which is more than 110 years old, which there are certain problems in implementation of this. We would like for this to be the mechanism that would be clear and would allow us to do it with our local resources. Unfortunately, we cannot do it with our resources, so we can use it with international partners' assistance. Here, I would like to advertise, if it's possible, we want to make the safe place for our children. Our community is 53,000 populations, but we have such challenges that directly on the local level, it refers to the local, to the just transition. Of course, we lack staff expertise, because, for example, at the community, this is the second week that we have one person who started working at as an energy manager. As one person cannot solve all the problems that exist on the level of Ukraine. I represent a community, and for me, maybe this is, but maybe for someone it seems like a minor issue, but for me it's a huge challenge. With the support, we would like to move forward and with the systematic expertise. Thank you so much, Tanya.
Last but not least, EU vision. You have been seeing how Ukraine is moving towards just transition and coal communities from the start of using this definition in Ukraine, I suppose. And today, at least I was counting how many times Ukraine facility is mentioned, so quite a lot. So my question is whether Ukraine facility or other European instruments can be panacea for just transition in Ukraine, and what additional steps need to be done from the side of Ukrainian government, Ukrainian regional authorities to align with European vision regarding just transition?
Дуже дякую. Thanks a lot. I will not torture anyone with my Ukrainian, so I hope it's okay. Yes, indeed, we have seen a lot of development and progress. We all together, of course, I'm looking at Valentina, at Kostya. When we started to discuss the just transition of coal regions, which was really concentrated on the mining towns where coal production went down, where it was clear that at a certain point it will have to stop. So what are the consequences for the economy, for the people, for the education system, health system, energy system, everything, to bring this to a new economic future? And I think, of course, nobody could predict the full Russian invasion and all these horrible consequences at that moment. But we have seen a lot of experience gained. And also, I think the approach has become clearer how you can do these kind of transitions, that it needs to be inclusive, that it cannot be just top down with this, what they call silovaya programa, if so. So that doesn't work. So you need to involve the people on the ground, you need to involve the businesses, and you also want to reach out to others who have gone through similar experiences in other parts of the country. That's why The association is very good. Also in Europe, we have the transition process also all over Europe. And I'm very glad that Ukraine continues to actively participate, even though there is a war, even though there are travel restrictions, and it's very difficult. And I fully agree, and actually it's very difficult to add something, that this example now is available also for other transition processes, because especially because of the war, we are seeing a lot of necessary transition processes which we couldn't even imagine when we started to discuss the coal regions. But the inclusivity and the joint development in the region, I think this is a key lesson for all these processes, not only for the mining towns, not only for the towns where you have the big power plants, but also for other challenges which are still ahead of us. The Ukraine facility is the European Union support instrument for Ukraine until the end of 2027. And there are 3 different components. And one component which is frequently mentioned here is the financial support that the EU gives to Ukraine as a state. So that Ukraine's budget is more or less balanced, that social tasks can be paid, also some transition or transformation tasks can be paid. And that's the responsibility of the government, especially the Ministry of Finance, via the budget of Ukraine. And there are some agreements that part of this budget is used for these transformation processes. And that also helps to fund state programs in the area. And it's really important. We have another part, which is more the traditional part, which we called usually technical assistance. And that's also where projects are being funded. For instance, projects implemented by our partners like GIZ. And that will continue. But the real new part is what we call the Ukraine investment framework. And this is what I want to come to now, because the idea is that with the help of other partners, notably international banks, Ukraine can get access to a combination of loans, grants, guarantees for investments. And this is a bit what I want to add to the discussion here, because I think everything else has more or less been already said, that in the end, whether you want to protect children or whether you want to create new jobs, you need investments. And the Ukraine facility, the investment framework, is exactly designed to do this. The specificity is, and that makes it a bit complicated, especially also for Hramadas, that this EU support is only available via international banks, so IFIs, European Investment Bank, EBRD, KfW, AfD, etc., etc. So when you develop an economic program which has an investment component, it's always worthwhile looking which international banks may be available to help with the investment component. And usually we see that the investments are difficult, so they are not commercially viable as such. So that's why the private sector doesn't invest. We are also working on war-related guarantees so that private investors can come, but that's very limited. And sometimes even international financial institutions on their own will not invest without having the support of the European Union. And this is what we are providing. So we are providing guarantees. We can provide loans together, grants together with loans, also some technical expertise. But one thing, when regions transition and you have investment components, please, from a very early stage, try to find a suitable partner among the investment banks. We know that some of them are much more suited for smaller projects, which normally is relevant for coal regions, like for instance, NEFCO. They are very active in certain areas and also in smaller communities. When it comes to really big programs or projects, then we work preferably with European Investment Bank. Valentina mentioned that, also EBRD, but this is more than, let's say, a mechanism where a certain funding is made available, which is not project by project, whereas NEFCO is more project by project. So when you develop this, try not to be general so that everybody will be happy. You will not make everybody happy. That's impossible. But try to work from the very beginning with a partner of your choice to make it work for your partner, and so that the partner then can go to the Ukraine investment framework, to the facility, and ask for EU support. So that's the drawback, that the Ramada is not able to go directly to the European Union, to the EU, to Brussels, and say, hey, we have this fantastic investment program or project, please support us. No, you always need this international IFI partner. But the, let's say, the amount of money is considerable. And also, we hope that this will trigger then give the stability and confidence so that other investors may join as well and come. So we are now discussing already, the European Union is pretty, slow but forward-looking. So we are now discussing already the financial opportunities for the time after 2027, and the just transition will definitely is now part of these discussions and how this can be done. And that is also something for Ukraine to see how to invest in this discussion process. So because the European Union budget is always for 7 years. So when it starts 2028, it goes until 2035, when potentially Ukraine is already a member of the European Union. So you have an interest to be fully on the radar of these discussions already now, even though it seems like, I know in Ukraine it sounds crazy. 10 years from now, it sounds like, fantastica. But especially when you have this inclusive process in a region where you know what you want, and you have it in, for instance, in the coal regions in Western Ukraine, it is always worth trying to explain this wider, not only in this kind of setups, but also with the international banks, and also use it as an example for other regions in Ukraine, and also to get the backing of the Ministry of Finance to push this forward in the wider context. So I fully agree. I mean, the Ministry of what is it now? Ramadas, Territories, Regional Development and Restoration is of course in the lead, but it should not fight this alone.
Thank you very much for summarizing and providing this European perspective. I was thinking when you were speaking on this, that on the one hand, we have this state target program with the projects worth 30 billion hryvnias. On the other hand, we have this quite an amount of money that can possibly be used to support such projects. But the question is whether we have bankable projects, whether we have enough capacity, and whether we really have the actors that are capable to talk with IFIs and to implement what is needed. I will provide you the example from Lviv region. When the plan was developed, the projects that I included in the plan also indicated what sources of funding do they have. And communities also see different types of EU support. For example, EU Interact projects that are now being implemented and that contribute to better water supply to coal regions, etc. So on the one hand, there is this vision, but on the other hand, what we lack is this capacity. And this is something that could be home task for different stakeholders here. And Tanya mentioned also, like on the municipal level, this is something that we still need to work together on. Thank you a lot, шановні колеги. Зараз час для запитань із залу.
So now it's the time for questions from the audience. And for you to prepare, I have one question in the chat. It's the question to Oleksiy, the question from Andrei Kислitsa. Your vision about the construction of coal gasification facilities. In the future, there's possibility to get electricity with cogeneration facilities. There's also carbon capture technologies. Actually, it's more about hypothetical possibility than about a real business model, because the regions we are talking about, the first question is degassation of mines. It's important, it's necessary. There's a complex of solutions to transition a mine into a green, environmentally safe facility. If there are some questions about coal gasification, and a technology can be used for it to be maximally efficiently if it's a part of a comprehensive project, adding additional moments, then it can be considered. But if we are talking just about obtaining electricity with cogeneration facilities, I just don't know what donor to approach with this question. Colleagues, do we have any questions from the audience? No raised hands. It means that probably we are managing our discussion on time. And on the other hand, it seems to me that today our high-ranking participants answering the questions asked a lot of other questions, and it's our home task to think about these questions. As a moderator can tell you that on the 18th of June, we are going to be looking for some of those answers. GIZ, on behalf of the new Ministry of Environment, launches a new project, and we are continuing our work with just transition projects. And as of today, thank you, dear participants, for the participation and attention and your attention. And there's a coffee break right now. No. Thank you, dear colleagues, for this interesting panel discussion. Thank you for all the participants who stay with us online and offline. And we have a little suggestion, since we are running out of time, because it similarly was very interesting for us. There's a suggestion to start the discussion number 4 at once, panel 4, and afterwards we will have the possibility for coffee break and networking, which won't be limited for you in the evening. So I invite the colleagues from panel 4 to go to the stage.
Все? О, тепер чути, тепер точно чути. Ні, ну, в принципі,
Okay.
можна і без мікрофона справитися, але
Of course, we can do it
все ж
without
таки
a
давайте.
microphone, but still,
Вже бачу ентузіазм на
I
обличчях
can
наших
see the
учасників.
enthusiasm on the faces
Розумію,
of
що
our
вже третя
participants.
година, і
I understand that
нам
it's
би з вами
3
переходити одразу до діла,
p.m.
тому
and
давайте поговоримо
let's move
про
forward.
гроші.
Let's
Насправді,
talk about
найцікавіше,
money,
мабуть,
the most
і
interesting
найважливіше
thing, the most important
це
thing.
не просто те, що ми
And
будемо
not
робити, як ми
just
будемо
what we are
декарбонізувати, чи
going
як
to
ми
do,
будемо
how to
на шляху
decarbonize
до
and
NDC
move
долати
towards NDC,
перешкоди, а
um,
справді, ну, за які
getting
кошти,
through
які
the
фінансові
obstacles,
інструменти
but
нам
where
будуть
do
доступні, які
we
вже
get this
доступні,
funding? What financial
які в нас
instruments do we
сьогодні
have?
ботлнеки для того,
What
щоб вузькі
bottlenecks we
місця,
have
для того,
today
щоб все ж таки отримати доступ до тих фінансових
to
ресурсів, які
get
є вже.
access to
Ну,
the
і сьогодні в
existing
нас,
financial instruments?
я
And
вважаю, надзвичайно
today
хороша і цікава панель, і
is
я
a
хочу
really
представити
good and
учасників цієї
interesting
панелі
panel. I
в
want
першу
to
чергу.
introduce the participants
І
of it,
одразу після
first of all,
цього
and
передам, мабуть,
straight
вступні
afterwards,
слова
I'll
для
give
всіх.
the
І для тих, хто мене не знає,
introductory
представлюся. Мене
remarks.
звати Шахматенко
Who
Роман.
I'm
Я
Roman Shakhmatenko,
тім-лідер
team
UNDP
leader
Energy and
of
Environment Portfolio.
UNDP Energy and Environment
Про саму
portfolio.
роль UNDP, мабуть, розкажу вже
I
пізніше
will
під
tell
час
about
дискусії.
the UNDP
А зараз
role
хочу
later
представити
on during the discussion, but now I
Violin
want to
Silvestra
introduce
von Kamek, EIB.
the
Violin, hello, are you with
participants.
us? Окей. Добре. Далі Катерина Стасюк, EBRD. Колеги, організатори онлайн є?
Katerina Statyuk, EBRD. Dear host, do we have our online participants? Yes, we do. Marta Trofimova, Colonel. Anдрій Мартинюк, Eco Club Rivne. And today we also have Mykola Shlapak, Green Transition Office, online as far as I understand. Right? You are. Nice to meet you.
Добре. Тоді для вступних слів
And then for introductory remarks, let's start with Katerina Stasyuk. Your introductory remark shortly but representatively. Thank you, Roman. Greetings to all the participants and colleagues. Thank you for going on without coffee break for our panel. I represent EBRD, Department of Donor Partnerships, and the unit called Green Funds. And today I will talk about the Eastern Partnership Funds on energy efficiency of environment, which I lead in Ukraine. Thank you.
Дуже вам дякую. And now I would like to pass the word to Violin, representative of European Investment Bank. Violin, please. Добре, я так розумію. Немає, так, Violin? Єсть?
Is Violin with us? Violin?
Треба мати терпіння, трошечки.
We need some patience.
Yes, Violin, we can
with
hear
There
you.
was a little cut in the interpretation, but I'm absolutely very happy to be with you, Roman. Thank you for inviting EIB.
Thank you, Violin.
Yes,
Okay.
I am EIB principal advisor. I'm in charge of the municipal sector operation of the European Investment Bank in Ukraine, and I'm really happy to talk to you today about EIB activities and how we can develop more corporates coming to Ukraine, including what is the role of the NDCs in this respect. Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you, Violin. Marta Trofimova, Colonel.
Hi, everyone. It's a great pleasure. Yeah, for the sake of our speakers.
Violin, is there a problem with the interpretation online, or is it okay?
whatever. I'll just go.
Violin.
Технічними цими питаннями пропоную перейти тоді на англійську, щоб було зручно всім учасникам панелі. Дякую.
Okay, let's move. Let's continue in English for all the participants to be comfortable.
It's a great. It's a very important for me to be here and to
sorry
represent.
for obliging everybody to speak English. There are cutting the line with the interpretation is not continuing very well. Sorry, Roman, can you please just repeat the last part? I missed.
We will switch to English due to this technical issue, so everyone can be on the same page. Let's say so. Okay. Okay. Violin, can you hear us at all?
Yes, right? Now I can hear you. Can you please? Sorry.
Okay.
Awesome. So my name is Marta. I'm head of sustainability at Carnell. It's the largest producer and exporter of grains in Ukraine and one of the leading producers and exporter of sunflower oil in the world. I lead the sustainability, but I focus mostly on the climate corporate governance agenda that covers the research and implementation of business opportunities that are associated with decarbonization and including also sustainable and climate-linked finance. And I'm happy to share with all of you the practical experience that and the challenges that we are facing as the practitioner and one of those actors that will be responsible for delivering the climate targets of the national climate policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to pass the word to Mr. Andriy Martinyuk, Eco Club Rivne. And I think Mr. Martinyuk is online. Do we have
yes, you are right. Hello, thank you for invitation. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Unfortunately, we cannot see you though.
Actually, I see myself on the screen.
Oh, that's good. All right, we can see you now.
So basically, I'm executive director of NGO Eco Club. We are dealing with a lot of projects with communities, mainly on renewables. So I will be speaking based on our experience, mainly during the wartime, about the results and ideas we've got.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martinyuk. Микола Шлопак, Green Transition Office, Dixie Group, please.
Доброго дня, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Mikola Shlopak. I'm climate change policy expert of the Green Transition Office, which is the advisory body of the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine and supported by the government of UK and implemented by Dixie Group. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much for this introductory words. Now we know each other. I guess one of the main questions that we would want to discuss today, and we have a very interesting representation, right? We have two major IFIs, we have major producers, and we have an NGO who works on a daily basis with municipals, with local authority, with solar energy as well. So we can actually have different points of view. Probably I would also dare to take part in this discussion as a representative on behalf of UNDP and as a representative of international implementing organization, which is providing technical assistance to loans, but also implementing grants in quite a vast amount, I would dare to say. And therefore, I think it would be very much useful so that we all are frank today, are honest about the things that we're seeing in the area, in the sphere, and therefore we can actually raise those questions and discuss on the way to new NDCs. And my first question is probably going to be to EBRD, who actually started answering my question, is about the financial instruments themselves. Mrs. Stasiuk, how do you think, what financial mechanisms could accelerate decarbonization projects in Ukraine? What kind of financial instruments we should be looking at?
Thank you very much, Roman, for this important question. And I'm glad to have this opportunity to share some reflections from IBRD's experience in supporting Ukraine's decarbonization efforts. But at the beginning, I believe it's worth of saying that since the start of the full-scale invasion, the IBRD has deployed over 7 billion to support Ukraine, euro. And this includes 2.8 billion euro in donor funding, which is important because I represent IBRD donor partnership department, and it's part of our work to engage donor partners in support of various projects. This donor funding has been channeled through different types of financial assistance, and that is first loss risk covers, financial guarantees, technical assistance grants, and capital investment grants, which are aimed to sustain essential infrastructure and accelerate recovery. As one of the largest institutional investors in Ukraine, the IBRD also leads and participates in multiple cooperation platforms supporting Ukraine's resilience and long-term reconstruction. The Eastern Europe Energy Efficiency and Environment Partnership is a long name. I know it usually causes problems, but in short, you may refer to it as E5P Fund. This fund is managed by the IBRD since 2010, and it is one of the key pillars among multilateral efforts implemented by IBRD. E5P combines capital investment grants with loans from international financial institutions. And I'm pleased to see here Violaine, because we are doing a great job together in Ukraine. Also, E5P cooperates with NEFCO, with Council of Europe Development Bank, and of course, combines loans by IBRD itself. This all to finance energy efficient, climate resilient, and environmentally sustainable municipal projects, which are directly contributing to Ukraine NDC's targets. The European Union and Sweden are the largest donors to E5P, followed by Germany, being our third biggest contributor. Additional funds come from Norway, Switzerland, United States, Denmark, Poland, Finland, Estonia, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Ireland, Slovakia, and Ukraine. And which is important, Ukraine is both contributor to the fund, but also beneficiary of the financial support. This means that when approving project, Ukraine has one of the voting goes to say in support of the funds allocation. For Ukraine alone, the E5P fund totals over 288 million euro, with 157 million euro already allocated in support to 30 municipal projects. These are projects implemented in 12 big Ukrainian cities and 22 smaller municipalities. And sectors include district heating upgrades, energy efficient renovation of public buildings, solid waste processing, water and wastewater management, and renewable energy. The fund has successfully leveraged 595 million euro in IFI loans, unlocking almost 1 billion euro in total investments for projects that cut carbon emissions, reduce energy intensity, and improve environmental health in urban areas. Following Russian invasion, E5P rapidly adapted to support emergency repairs and reconstruction of critical municipal infrastructure, while at the same time it remains aligned with longer-term decarbonization and adaptation goals under Ukraine's updated NDCs. The fund continues to serve as green recovery instrument, enabling municipalities to restore heating, water, and sanitation services in ways that are climate smart, inclusive, and resilient, contributing to both immediate recovery and to the structural shift towards low carbon sustainable development. In parallel, there is one more initiative currently being redesigned jointly by EBRD and German International Climate Initiative, IKI, which are hosting us today. It's a program titled Accelerating NDC and Promoting Sustainable Bioenergy, Agriculture and Land Use Practices in Ukraine. This initiative is expected to be launched in second half of 2025, and it shall aim to support Ukraine's low carbon transition in line with its updated NDCs. The program will combine green investments, policy dialogue, and technical assistance to advance climate-smart solutions across the agriculture and land use sectors. Private agribusiness shall benefit from targeted investments in sustainable technologies with additional support for project preparation and implementation. And focus areas of this program shall include sustainable bioenergy production, greenhouse gas emission reduction, carbon sequestration, and energy efficiency. The program will address structural barriers in carbon markers and help de-risk climate investments in agriculture. In such a way, we will have complementary programs, E5P for municipal sector and Ukraine NDC program for private business, which would help to access climate finance to agriculture sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Katerina. Can I ask you one more question, probably flowing from what you just said? And thank you so much for this overview of the EBRD interventions currently. How would you feel? Is there a place actually for new, more innovative financial instruments in the market? Is there a need for those, or is the other different kind of challenges, not only in the kind of instruments, but maybe from other factors? This is something that most of the, I don't know, specialists have been discussing for ages now. Is there a need for innovation basically within the financial instruments themselves, or current grant loan arrangements are good enough at the moment? Or would you be looking at something different, front load, etc.?
If we speak about the structures which I mentioned, E5P fund is operational in Ukraine for almost 15 years, and rules of the fund approve only grant to loan support. With war outbreak, E5P donors agreed to slightly change approach, which is usually used to support projects. And now for some unique projects which are delivering climate benefits and at the same time which are not possible to implement these projects and to engage loans, we have a mandate to support these projects on grant-only basis. For second EK Ukraine NDC related initiative, the program is mainly focusing on supporting by grants and technical assistance. But indeed, as you very fairly mentioned, EBRD is broadly looking in general on different types of financial assistance and whatever may be called as blended finance, mixing different types of first loss risk cover guarantees, different types of guarantees for project implementation, project incentive grants upon completion of the projects, upon delivering of different types of mechanisms, or for example, B-loan components. So indeed, there is always a room for improvement and potential ideas how to co-finance different type of projects. But for Ukraine, I believe at the moment, considering grant intensity and constant damages which are occurring daily in our country, I believe grants at the moment remain one of the crucial lines of support. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Katerina, and definitely we'll reflect on that, because I think at every panel I've been for the last 1 year, probably people who have met at those panels, we're discussing whether grants will remain. And of course, we're seeing globally that the grants are, the amount of grants and the amount of ODA as is unfortunately decreasing, and therefore searching for those innovative and innovative blended finance or different kinds of financial support and financial assistance, and the flows of financial resources into Ukraine is probably quite crucial at the moment for not only for NDCs but for our recovery. And in this context, I would like to invite for a question and for an answer Violen from EIB. And Violen, can you hear us?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Honestly speaking, I'm honored and it's a pleasure to ask a question to EIB, who's been a UNDP a partner of choice, let's say so, for already many years, and together we're implementing several impactful, let's say so, projects and loans which are already changing the landscape on the site. And I know that at the moment although mainly we're talking about the private investments, mainly we're talking about the development of the private sector. And today we will be talking with the private entities. Notwithstanding, I think the municipal and the state-owned sector is crucial as well. I mean, the share of the municipal the municipal share and state-owned share is still quite big in our economy, and therefore in this context, Violen, how would you say, what is the necessary signs that investors are looking into to start full-on investments, not only in Ukraine's private sector, which is super innovative, as we will hear in a moment, super innovative, super quick, efficient, put into our municipals who actually operate most of our heating systems, water systems, sewage, and the critical infrastructure, fortunately or not. Violen, please.
Thank you, Roman, for this question and your kind words about our cooperation, which I fully support, and brings impactful support to Ukraine amidst war. And I fully also agree with your statement that that private and public investments are so totally interrelated. You cannot develop the private sector if you don't have some public sector services working, and developing these public sectors operations brings activity for the private sectors and brings also innovation for the private sector. Corporate needs to construct hospitals and schools, and they need to construct it according to EIB, EU, UNDP guidelines. So by restoring the public sector, communal enterprises and municipalities, we do support and develop as well the private sector, definitely. But yes, let me please, if you agree, provide just a few numbers on EIB activities in Ukraine. Since 2007, we've been supporting with more than 7 billion euros. Since 22, more than 2.2 billion, and recently we mobilized guarantees for over 2 billion euros from EU4U and UEF. So your question on how to attract funds and what is the signals that is needed for funds to come to Ukraine, I think definitely what the investors, of course, would like to see is peace of ceasefire. But in the meantime, they are ready. We went to Verona, we went to Berlin, we went to many conferences in EU, and so a lot of willingness from constructors to come and support the reconstruction of Ukraine, and from Ukrainian constructors to engage more in the reconstruction of their own country. So there is a willingness to do so. I think many companies are looking for the right way.
Давайте без перекладу, ми вже на англійську перейшли, тому що це зараз буде хаос. Дякую. Sorry, Violen, I think our interpretation suddenly switched on. We have suddenly switched it off. So
all right.
please.
So I just, continue. So basically what is needed for additional investments coming to EU, additional funds, and apart from the peace, which will be really, I think, a huge boomer, but in the meantime, I think what the investors look like is what they see is that Ukraine, amidst war, is able to continue its operation, and life is going on, and economy is going on, banks are going on, everything is going very. So the fact that from EU they see this makes them think, oh, maybe we should invest right now and not wait for the peace. Maybe if we wait for the peace, other will have take the cake already, right? So the fact, this activity, incredible, by the way, of Ukraine's resilience, is the first good sign that needs to be signaled and repeated and highlighted for investors to come to Ukraine. Then I think another sign that needs to be given, and I think there are a lot of fake news probably coming from Russia as well in this regard, is that corruption is not the issue that you might hear in YouTube or wherever. We are with the EIB and the UNDP and EU and IFIP managing hundreds of projects, and there are sometimes, of course, a few corruption issues. We're not going to hide it, but they are manageable. And you just need to have some tools. You need to have good partners like the UNDP, and you can manage hundreds of municipal operations without facing major problems in this regard. I think this is a message very important that we have to pass and signal again for investors coming from EU that there are absolutely way, because this is not the problem that you would see wrongly mentioned in many media. I think, yes, another important signal is what you're doing today. With this conference, you are signaling that Ukraine not only is able to work amidst war, not only is able to work without corruption or limited corruption, but is able to work in the direction of build back better and decarbonization, which is absolutely again incredible, and gives room for many companies in the EU countries to bring material that can be then bought by Ukrainian companies. If these companies from EU are not directly ready to invest, they can have subsidiaries or just send material that will help this reconstruction of Ukraine with decarbonized results. So I think that there are good signals. We need to communicate a lot about this, because Ukraine is incredibly strong in its facing this period, and I think on the other side in EU there are a lot of companies willing to do this, but they're not always aware of what is possible. They're not always maybe aware also on how to make joint ventures maybe with Ukrainian companies. Some of them don't dare to work in Ukraine at this moment because of the war, but there are hybrid solutions that can be done. So I think a lot of this communication and putting people in connection is great. I think the recovery conference in Rome is going to be a huge opportunity for developing these investments, and we're really glad to take part of it and to bring their investments that we will develop with the UNDP as well, of course, with the EU, and with the support of GIZ and IKI, which are providing us very large grants together with the EBRD and the E5P. So there, as you can see, I'm making a huge list of names and partnership. No one can do anything alone now in Ukraine. We all need each other's. So again, events like today help us build more and more bridges among us and opportunities to help Ukraine in a better way. Thank you, Roman.
Thank you so much, Violet. But can I ask you one more very tricky question, probably, just to make this conversation a bit, to give it a bit of a twist, right? So, and this is the question I'm going to ask probably to EBRD as well. Well, after respective panelists, we do understand that the recovery of Ukraine is going to need rapid and probably compromised activities, let's say so, that would actually question a balance in between the rapid recovery and our NDC ambitions. And at some point, we may find ourselves in the middle of discussion where we would be saying, what is the maximum amount of deviations, let's say so, or compromises that we are ready to go for in our climate ambitions, environmental ambitions, to get there, to actually get the quick results of the recovery. And of course, I think in this context, the position of IFIs is going to be one of the crucial elements to it, because, you know, I do understand that IFIs do hold to things that they believe in and that what they're doing. But how do you think, what is needed to be done to strike that balance, to find that balance, to have it properly established throughout the board? I mean, with all the stakeholders, what kind of dialogue we need to start, or in which way, or should we just go on and recover rapidly in case this is going to be the case?
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. No, I think it's a very nice question, actually. And so EIB is the EU bank. Our shareholders are the EU member states. That's it. So for us now, helping Ukraine amidst war is just vital. We need to help Ukraine. This is our first priority, right? So as you say, we might need to do some, I don't know, derogation, or I don't know the word you use, but some special case, because Ukraine needs now to be helped. But these derogations or whatever changes we can do to our usual policy as climate bank, they would be limited in their, we cannot open the door to everything at the same time, and we would need to have them limited in a short time frame, limited to really cases where the impact is very important and where there is a longer term plan for decarbonization, really, so that it is part of a decarbonization effort in the longer term. So we can do something in short term. It should be limited, it should be justified, and it should be nevertheless included in a longer decarbonization plan, because this is what everyone wants, even Ukraine wants. No one wants to go back to the previous Soviet type infrastructure. So if there is a need to do small things in the short term, they have to be perfectly assessed and measured, and they are really, really short term. I think this is a bit the view of many of the donors and member states that we've been discussing with, yeah, I think this is how we will try to solve this and help the long-term decarbonization effort. We're not just going to tell, oh, you give you a derogation and then you have to do this. No, we're going to follow them hand by hand until this really happens. So I think like these things could be acceptable.
Thank you so much, Viola. I think this is crucial. Your answer and the answer that we're going to hear from EBRD is probably crucial by now for government at the first place, but for all of the environmental and climate community actually as well as an argument. And now let's get to let's say another point of view, which is also crucial for our development. And I'd like to ask Marta. I mean, Kernel has been on the forefront of the innovation, including the renewable energy, for decades now, right? So, and you've been implementing interesting, innovative projects where you work with the energy, with renewable energy, with waste. What are the main challenges and bottlenecks you're seeing right now? I mean, something that you want to shout out loud at the moment, and what you've actually managed to overcome or not.
Thank you, Roman. Actually, following the last remark from Viola, it's interesting for me to then learn whether agriculture and crop production falls under that area of very impactful project zones, and but I'm pretty sure that it is, considering the size of and the contribution of GHG emissions that agriculture provides. Its susceptible nature in terms of climate change, but also the food security goals. But I feel like with your question, we kind of it's not just the other aspect of the story. It's, let's say, the other side of as a recipient of one of the recipients of those who need to really make something good with the finance. But I would like to focus on the classic agriculture and specifically on crop production, because this is something that I think that sector really lacks some attention in terms of decarbonization. We talk a lot about industries, about energy sector, and agriculture, I think, needs to bring more discussions. So I'll start with answering the question on challenges. Long story short, it's the risks on the implementation side and the uncertainties on the outcome side. So to elaborate, in agriculture sector and specifically in crop production, the practices that can help us to reduce the GHG emissions and therefore to achieve the sectoral targets and the more broader NDC targets are the so-called regenerative agriculture practices. They're the one that helps you to reduce the emissions from nitrogen application, but also very importantly, they're the one that help you to promote the positive dynamic and accumulation of soil organic carbon in the soil, and therefore store the carbon in the form of organic matter in the soil. And in order to achieve that, even to try to attempt to achieve that, the practices that needs to be implemented, they come with risk, not so much to the losses of yields, because any new technology we can test before implementing them, as we do, as Kernel does in our R&D centers. but it's a risk about achieving the actual effectiveness of those practices in terms of GHG emission cuts and making sure that these investments are not just a waste of money. And there are two factors for that. One is that you cannot just apply these practices when or where you want. Just to give you the example, the reduced tillage. You cannot apply it just anywhere. It will be limited by the so-called soil compaction levels. Some of it is natural, some of it is inheritance from Soviet Union. That's many different stories to that aspect. Another example would be cover cropping or the intermediate cropping. In our case, in case of kernel, can be grown after the winter wheat, so there is enough time for it to gain biomass. But you can only grow it in some of the areas, whether the climate conditions would be preferable enough to, for this plant to actually gain the biomass and then contribute this biomass to the soil. Otherwise, it can just be lost money. And the second factor that creates this risk is that how do you calculate the effect? The GHG emission cutting effect of these practices, because here we're not talking about the industrial process, we're talking about soil and biochemical reactions that happen in the soil, and they can be impacted a lot by a variety of different practices. I'm sure that we don't know most of those practices and how they respond. Even some of the advanced computational models that we can rely on that model the cycles of carbon and nitrogen in the soil atmosphere, they can only go so far in giving us the actual story. So at the end of the day, you can apply those practices, but then again, the question, what do you get at the result? So there is a risk of not getting the return on investment, so to speak. And therefore, it comes to the question of how do you motivate agriculture players to undertake this risk and to scale it up? And here we are coming to the business opportunities, which is the main focus of my work within Kernel, and the opportunities that the most material that we're currently working on associated with carbon markets, with building the case of low carbon premium commodities, with bioenergy. And I think this uncertainty is a bit less a case for bioenergy because it's a commodity, but also to sustainable and climate-linked finance. Not only the project finance, there's been a lot of focused on that, of course, but also the financing working capital, and to just helping the companies to really transform into that point of view and helping them to start thinking about the carbon as an operational unit and start help them think about decarbonization as the part of their business processes. So the question is attracting the financial instruments to help us manage the risk and achieve the results. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But I guess I'll ask a tricky one for you as well, if you don't mind. You speak about the transformation, the need for the transformation of Kernel or any other big company, really, that is, and we're cognizant of that. But what is the motivation behind it? I mean, is it more of a pressure of a need that there's not going to be a choice to transform, or is it more of a positive motivation to do that? That's the first question. And about the financial instruments, do you feel like currently Ukraine is mobilizing and using all of the instruments available out there already, or are we missing out somewhere where we need to look at?
So in terms of the motivation, I think I generally and personally think that it's not the best way to look at things from the position of pressure. It's like coming from the position of weakness. We'd rather come from the position of strengths. You want to be better. You want to be great, the best leader. Pick whichever you want, and that the decarbonization side, it really goes hand in hand with our innovative works on precision farming, on our digital and data science, scientific technology, on how do we approach modeling of harvest, or how do we approach each field to establish a tailored agriculture technologies for each of the field to make sure that we grasp all of the variety within the field and make sure that we are efficient in application rates, etc., etc. So it's really I mean, it's really a part of
no pressure. It's just a positive motivation. I got it.
I mean, there's pressure. I think there's less pressure from regulatory point of view for agriculture, but which gives us kind of enough, enough time to get prepared and learn from other sectors. There is pressure on the horizon. We understand this. We understand that there is that the markets are evolving. That markets more often, specifically the end consumer, they're asking us more questions as suppliers in terms of what sustainability, but specifically on climate change. What effect do we deliver not only in terms of food security, but also in terms of climate mitigation? So there's definitely a pressure, and there is definitely a nudge from different stakeholders, including from IFIs and commercial banks. But I think we look at it as a positive challenge, and a positive, and something interesting and new areas for us to explore and to enter and lead by example, rather than as something that we need to do reluctantly. And answering the second question on the financial instruments, I think it's a really open question. I think there's always more to discuss and more to partner on. Definitely not everything has been utilized, in terms of the financial instruments, but also in terms of the market opportunities. For some of them, really the public-private partnership is needed. So yeah, lots of work to do.
Thank you so much, Marta. And now I would like to ask a question to Mr. Andriy Martinyuk. Andriy, are you there with us? Can you hear us? All good?
Yes, all good. I hear you very well.
Andriy, I know that your organization has been doing tremendous job with renewables and with communities. Really, you've been supporting communities throughout Ukraine for quite a while. And in this context, what would you see as the main bottleneck there? I mean, what are the main issues that you want to raise when you're talking about the implementation of the development of sustainable energy and climate action plans for the cities? When you're implementing your projects as well, of course I don't mean like minor ones. Is there a major thing that you see as a bottleneck for the development of the area, which can be an obstacle for attracting financial resources into the area?
Well, it's a quite multi-level question. There are a couple of bottlenecks. Some of them I'd try to explain. First one, I would not speak a lot about. It's tariff policy and price for energy in different form for households. We are here to speak about climate policy, and unfortunately, the bottleneck that a lot of potential projects are dead just because they're not economically viable due to the unrealistic energy prices for heating, for gas, for households. But I would speak a little bit more positive about what is viable and doable and possible nowadays, even during the war. We already implemented more than 50 projects, like more than 50 installations in the municipalities, and a couple of hundred documents already drafted and as well. And the actually documents, project documentations, is one of the bottlenecks. I'd like to attract attention for all the interested parties, let's say like that. This is like drafting the project documentation, technical one, is a quite cheap measure, which is quite often, unfortunately, barrier for implementing different projects, just because local councils tend to avoid funding documentation without a guarantee that project will be implemented in real life. But without the project documentation, it's really difficult for majority of municipalities to attract any kind of funding. And this is kind of cycle we need to break, and we are broken we are breaking them with the grant funding, but generally it's quite widespread issue or bottleneck with for many projects. So this is like clear request from many municipalities, at least small and medium size. And another bottleneck is the changing conditions of the implementation. Sometimes we see different unexpected changes in regulations or political sphere and so on. And this is like local decision makers, local leaders try to avoid, because they are really dependent on the bigger measures or bigger conditions in the country. Of course, a part of the war, or including of the war. And this is like another clear request from many other partnering municipalities to keep circumstances stable and predictable. Otherwise, it's really difficult for them to plan their commercial or financial activities in terms of renewables. Just a couple words of like, for solar power plants, they are a very much economically profitable, even nowadays for communal enterprises like water supply utilities, like payback period is just 3 to 5 years, and just enormous while we are speaking about real critical infrastructure. And it's kind of a shame that they are not really massive nowadays, unfortunately. And we are day by day we are looking for grant support for such projects for municipalities to actually provide people with water, while we really need to be very much focused on how to make conditions which lead to the effect that municipalities will be implementing such project on their own. Another potential still bottleneck, which could be unfortunately quite real one, that decentralization can reverse, unfortunately, in some regards, and it means we can't allow to shifting right on taking decision on project implementation from the municipalities to some other authority levels. Otherwise, it will undermine all the spirit of the decentralization, and even this shift sometimes explained due to the lack of capacity on the local level to implement different energy-related projects, which is basically true. But if we will shift the rights on decision-making from the local level to some other levels, we will make sure that this capacity will never appear on the municipalities. So I would stop here. If you have
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, I have a lot of questions I would like to ask you and probably to add something, but we're very short in time. So therefore, I would like to pass to Mr. Mykola Shlapak. And as far as I understand, Mr. Mykola has a presentation to make, right? Would you please?
Start with the general remark, and then we'll switch to presentation. So just to remind that when we are speaking about NDC, we are speaking about the NDC under the Paris Agreement, and this means that this is not basically about the obligations to commit to reduce GHG emissions, because the Paris Agreement was adopted 10 years ago, and also at that time, basically the global community realized that the system that was based on obligations and which was operational under the Kyoto Protocol has failed, and the countries were not able to agree on the next steps of the system that is based on obligations. So that's why it's important that when we discuss in NDC, we should keep in mind the three sub-goals of the Paris agreements, which is, of course, the GNG emission reductions, but it's also the climate adaptation and access to finance or redirection of financial flows to support those two goals. For the presentation, I will switch to Ukrainian because I think that our partners from the IFIs are like more aware about the approaches and concepts that we were discussing, but it could be important to explain them for Ukrainian audience. Отже, я коротко розкажу про роботу
So very
офісу
shortly, I'd tell
зеленого
about
переходу.
the
Також в
GTO
частині підготовки секторальних
activities
досліджень,
very shortly. About the division of sectoral research.
Цілями, в тому числі з НВС, це їх висока невизначеність. Про це говорили
When we are talking about innovation, it's about high uncertainty because we have a good picture of a good understanding of historical levels of greenhouse gas emissions because Ukraine has these reports every year. But we have this understanding of goals, existing goals. In this NDC, it's 65%, but we don't understand what this 320 million tons consists of.
Навіть цей індикатор, ми його не маємо. Навіть вранці говорили,
This indicator, we don't have it. In the morning, we mentioned that this is the range of the certain numbers, but we need to know what it has to consist of and what emissions will stay there. And this is just also in the factor from the climate neutrality, because climate neutrality, this is important from the standpoint. But we don't know what will be this balance, what branches will have residual emissions and what branches will include the absorption. We understand that in Ukraine, agriculture is the main source of emissions, and this is the sector where it's very difficult to reach the reduction of emissions. I think here there will be very many residual emissions. We have a special benchmark in forests of Ukraine and approximate volumes of absorptions, but we don't know about the soils, if they can absorb the carbon. We want to achieve in 2050, it has to be more detailed, it has to be identified in detail. So that's why the Office of Green Transition is doing sectoral studies, and they are meant to answer questions. What is the potential for emissions reductions? What is the cost of reducing emissions? And how can we combine technologies and measures with the appropriate financing opportunities? For that, we are using the tool of the marginal cost curve for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Here on this slide, you can see there is axis. A vertical shows the cost of reduction of emissions, and the higher is the height of the column, and the axis horizontal shows the potential of the decrease. The wider is the column, the bigger is the more it allows the emission. On this slide, you can see illustrative the example of the marginal cost curve for the agricultural sector, which will be a part of the research that Office of the Green Transition, it will present next week. Here we see technologies and measures that are located in the meaning lower than zero, which will be beneficial for business. These will be measures that will be implemented with a benefit. And there are different measures with the identified cost, with the reduction of emissions. How is it related to the sources of funding? If the costs are less than zero, then these are activities that can be financed with the commercial loans, public investments, or with the equity. This is business activity, and public policy should be also aimed at overcoming barriers that bother or hinder the implementation of these projects. The next category of measures, the number is up to $30 per ton, but this is not a specific line there. It's an indicator of the scope. These are projects that can be financed thanks to climate investments. These can be the carbon tax. This can be Article 6 of the Paris Agreement and voluntary carbon markets. And funds from international financial institutions. Even if the cost is higher, there can be opportunity to engage green investments, but here the role will be played by an additional benefits of the project. For example, the effect to the variability. And if it is higher than $100, then of course these projects should not be in priority, but funding research and supporting innovation to reduce the cost, the greenhouse gas emissions reduction technology. And in the same way, the Office of the Green Transition works with the inclusion of climate and environmental aspects and goals into the reforming of the public investments. It's the adaptation to the climate change and sustainable use of protection of water and marine resources in order to have in the future have the opportunity to assess the cost of reduction of emissions and effect from the introduced projects. And actually, summarizing, we can say that our vision is such how to do the ambiguity smaller. We can stipulate it in 3 steps: sectoral research for key sectors of economy, identification of technologies and volumes of possible reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. This is marginal cost curve of emissions reductions for the entire economy based on sectoral studies, grouping measures based on economic efficiency, and finally, the national carbon budget for the medium term, which would not only demonstrate the final goal, the reduction of emissions, but that would be based on identified reduction potential, policies and costs, and its regular updates. This is the 7th budget, carbon budget of UK. You see the goals that are decreasing and the sectoral segments where the reduction happens. And the first step on this way, next week we will be presenting sectoral research for the agricultural sector about its role in achievement of the climate neutrality. So I will invite you to register for this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm afraid we're very short in time. So I would like to open up floor to any questions from the room or online, if any. Do we have any online questions, offline questions, maybe? No? Okay. No questions then. With this in mind, I would like to thank all of the participants of today's panel. It's been an immense pleasure. And, hopefully next time we will be discussing a huge and successful and efficient projects. So we will be discussing new NDC. We will be discussing what kind of finance and funds we have attracted and listing all of those in a very happy mood and celebrative manner. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye, Roman. Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Працює. Дякую дуже. Шановні колеги, дякую, що залишаєтесь з нами. І для заключних слів я запрошую представників Міндовкілля, пана Олександра Артеменка, щоб подякувати всім шановним учасникам і трошки сказати про наступні кроки.
Доброго дня ще раз всім. Розумію, що мало часу, тому розпочну зі слів подяки. Хочу подякувати всім учасникам за активну
We will
участь.
start with the words of thanks. I want to thank to our experts and our partners for the support. We understand how important this issue is. I want to also say that this is our first event in this series of further discussions. Understanding our first discussion, we can make the conclusion that the second NDC has many challenges and many ambiguities. So during next discussions, we'll have to take into account this aspect, and we will have to make our discussion constructive, because right now, today from businesses, I heard that let us not take it at all, but we understand that these are international commitments. This is our commitment within the framework of Ukraine facility, and with the adoption of second NDC, this will be our message for our international partners that Ukraine is moving towards the path of decarbonization, towards the climate neutrality. So I will invite you to our further discussions. I want to invite you for other discussions. Thank you so much, and I will pass the floor to our organizers. Thank you, Mr. Alexander. And yes, continuing the thankfulness, I want to thank to the Ministry of Environmental Protection for their proactive position in which they initiated this event as the beginning of the engagement of stakeholders, which we heard that it will not be only limited with this event, but we will continue to support Ministry of Environmental Protection in these events so that we could hear more and more opinions. I'm sure that we could research what are the opportunities, what are the challenges, and how we can move towards preparation of the next NDC. Thank you, colleagues. Thanks to all of you who was engaged in the preparation of this event. We thank in interpreters. We thank our technical guys. Thank you, interpreters, for allowing all our foreigners to hear what is happening here. Thank you, all moderators who gave us wonderful ideas. And we will be waiting for you on the pages of website, on Facebook, on the website of EKey, Climate Office, our pages in social media, and we will inform you about further events, and we will convey information about the development of the second NDC in Ukraine. Thank you. And now long-awaited coffee break. Online participants, next time, please join us offline so that you could also enjoy coffee and sweets. Thank you so much.